she retired, and then when I did my research, I talked to her, she said it was really interesting. I said, you and I are gonna do something, I said, I'm gonna give you a couple of months off to enjoy your retirement, but after that, so we're doing that. So we've been busy this summer doing that research and stuff. It's gonna be launched, in the next couple of weeks, so, but we had Scott on there, and Dean brought in President Betsy, and we're just celebrating local government.
Well, I would, if they said
Yeah, you were in the municipal world, so your article in there. So.
Yeah, so other than that, trying to get through the
Yeah, it's a tough part, right?
Yeah.
It's always something.
I don't know why.
What about you, did you get back on here?
Not yet. No, I was hoping to get part of August. My mom's like 87, so some stuff. Huntsville, in the lake.
Yeah, well, Mike had to go home and,
That's what I was going to do, get tools and stuff.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us this morning. We will call the meeting to order at 9:32 this morning. Like I said, thank you for joining us. It's a beautiful summer day outside, and as I'm sure most people can tell, with the summer weather, it means we've seen some harvest starting across the county already. Silage has been coming off for some time. Hay's obviously been coming off. And as we move in towards crop harvest here, just a reminder that, take your time on the roads, share the roads with everyone. I was moving some machinery yesterday, and you could tell, I think some people are just a little unsure what to do. So if we all just slow down and take our time and share the road, it's best for everyone. So with that, we'll move down to our agenda. We do have three times we have to be out today. We have our delegation to start off here at 9:30. We have a 10 o'clock public hearing, and then we also have at 11 a.m. we have our Bursary award winners joining us. So you have an agenda before you. Are there any additions or deletions to the agenda? Anne?
Item number G32 and G33, it's the same item, so the Pitcher Butte location should be part of G32.
Okay.
So we'll eliminate G33 and make redistribution of federal electoral districts G33.
Okay. Klaus?
I'll move the agenda as amended.
Thank you. I should say first of all, John, are you with us? Can you hear us this morning? And can we hear you?
I can hear you fine. Can you hear me?
You betcha. Thanks, John. So Klaus has moved the agenda as amended. Any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Moving down, we have two sets of minutes. The County Council meeting minutes from July 7th. 2022. Any errors or omissions or any issues with the minutes? Mark?
I'd move the minutes be adopted as presented.
Mark has moved that the minutes of the July 7th council meeting be adopted as presented. Any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And the county council special meeting minutes of July 14th. Any errors or omissions? Any issues with the minutes? Morris?
I'll move, as presented.
Morris has moved the minutes of the special meeting of July 14th. Any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And with that, we can get started right first thing with our 9:30 delegation. We have Lenze from ORRSC joining us. Good morning.
Great, thank you very much. Reed Campbell, councillors. My name's Lenze Kuiper. I'm the CAO of the Old Man River Regional Services Commission. And we've had a long and illustrious partnership with the County of Lethbridge. As you'll see, we put together a little slide presentation that'll explain a bit about who we are and how we interact with our member municipalities. We also provided the slide program to Anne for distribution and a few other articles, the how, what, when, why sort of stuff. So if you miss something, don't worry about it. It's covered off in one of the handouts. So it's a pleasure to be here today. After municipal elections, we typically do a large orientation. This year we did one at the coast, and we invite entire councils. It's not always, I guess, timely or we're not always able to see everyone, so we make ourselves available to get in front of council as well. So again, thank you for that opportunity. We have Steve with us today as well. If I miss anything, I'll encourage him to jump in and just fill in the gaps as well. So great, thanks. So who are we? ORRSC, we call ourselves ORRSC for short because our long name's a mouthful. We provide municipal planning, GIS, and as of a few years ago, regional assessment review board services and SDAB services as well. We have a regional subdivision development appeal board, and I believe the County of Lethbridge, or Lethbridge County, partakes of both of those services as well. We have a great staff of board members that we work with, and we work closely with the assessors and with well, surveyors, et cetera, to make those boards work and keep things flowing. We are a partnership. We're owned by our member municipalities, and I'll get into that a little later. We do work with Alberta Municipal Affairs as well, and we do report to them. As a commission, we have official status with the province, and they've described us as a successful example of a shared not-for-profit municipal service. So that's a nice kudo from the province. We are a municipal organization, so we partake of the same things as our municipalities. We are a cooperative, like I mentioned earlier. We currently provide planning services and advice to 39 municipalities, 31 urban municipalities and 8 rurals within southern Alberta. We are also available to landowners and the public as a resource for information, but our policy has been to work for the municipalities solely, right, to be your representative and to work closely with you and not with the private sector, though we do provide that liaison, of course. We also engage in the preparation of statutory plans, land use bylaws, and provincial government approved projects as well. So we've been around for 70 plus years. We were established in 1955, and Lethbridge County was one of the founding members, actually, of the commission, along with the city of Lethbridge and the town of Coaldale. We've had many iterations since then. We've bounced around between being a commission owned by members to being a provincial commission run solely by the province. That was prior to 1995, and then we've had a few iterations since then. We were an agency for a while, and then we became a commission. But with no real ties to municipal affairs other than some guidance. So we don't get funding from them whatsoever. So 70-plus years is quite a long time. We've had different facilities in the city of Lethbridge, because this is where we're based out of. We actually operated out of your basement here for a number of years, and the top floor for a number of years as well. Currently, we're in the industrial park. We have an old TransAlta building there where we do all of our work from. So that's our connection to the county, and that's been working well. These are our members. Our rural members are listed on here. We also have a number of villages and towns, and one city. We do the planning and GIS for the city of Brooks. We have a number of GIS clients as well that fall outside of our area. That's primarily around the Red Deer area, so we have Innisfail, Sundre, Olds, Penhold, places like that. Our GIS is offered a little differently. We don't need to be there in person, so we tend to have a web-based program that allows us to basically cover anywhere in Canada if we can. Okay, this is our geographic area, a little bit of a map. It's quite extensive, all the way from the Montana border to the BC border and to just below Calgary. We stop at MD of Foothills, and then we have a number of municipalities in the County of Newell area as well. So quite a large area to cover, and it truly shows sort of the regional approach that ORRSC has had throughout the years. We're able to I guess capitalize and benefit on all the municipalities and the work they do, and take sort of best practices from each of them and share that with all our municipalities. We do strive, though, to maintain some uniqueness. We do recognize each place is different, and we, I think, do a really good job of staying away from the cut and paste and giving each municipality a unique set of plans and bylaws. But we do take the best of things and share that. This is our mission statement. It's pretty self-explanatory. Again, we provide professional municipal planning, GIS systems, and assessment review board services, and we do that in a professional manner, and we're non-for-profit as well. We do have a regulation that gives us some sort of gravitas as a commission. We do, again, report to the Minister of Municipal Affairs. All our finances are audited and go up to them for housekeeping. They do provide us with a set of guidelines in our operations as well. We're basically told to stick to our knitting, to do land use planning, GIS, and associated planning or assessment-related services. We are the only planning commission in the province. There are a number of agencies similar to us, one in the Red Deer area, one in the Drumheller, Hanna area, and we have one in Peace River as well in that particular area. But they're not commissions, so they operate quite a bit differently than us, but similar in some fashions. The regulation just gives us, I guess, some framework for how we operate. Our structure internally is we have a large board. Each municipality has a representative. Morris is your representative, and then we have a secondary or backup member as well. I believe Klaus is the person for that. And our board meets 4 times a year. There's 40 members currently. The Crow's Nest Pass has 2 members because they had 5 communities that amalgamated into one, and that was the deal they made in 1995. So that board then elects a executive. The executive is comprised of 7 members. They meet on a monthly basis, and they oversee our operations to a much finer position than the board would. As a CAO, I put together a staff, much like Ann does here, and we entertain the will of the board and executive in providing these services and take guidance from them. Our funding is a combination of a few different things. We have annual membership dues, we have fee-for-service elements that are put together. Those rates are quite economical. We compare ourselves with other municipalities, obviously, but also with the private sector, and we realize that we do need to provide extreme value compared to that group, and our rates certainly reflect that. We also partake in grants when they're available. We have subdivision fees and GIS member dues as well. So there's a little bit of a menu for our municipalities to partake in. Not every municipality uses our GIS. Not every municipality uses our assessment or appeal board services either. So that's a choice. I can take questions too at some point, or we can wait till the end if that's better. So in terms of benefits, like I said, we have 70+ years of experience. We are regional collaboration between the rural and urban communities, and rural to rural, of course. We have access to a lot of different staff members in our office. We have 9 planners currently. Each of them has sort of a little bit of a different interest when it comes to land use planning. Some of them are more interested in transportation or agriculture or subdivision, so that's a good thing. We tend to broaden our expertise and our knowledge base that way. We have extensive contacts and referral resources with provincial agencies and departments, and with even the private sector, TransAlta, gas companies, etc. We also house all of your land files. We have an extensive subdivision file system, and we have archives of every single document that all our municipalities have done since Alberta became a province, housed in our offices. We keep one copy of those. We've also embarked on a project to have those digitally scanned and available. We have a web page where all those things are accessible from as well. We are nonprofit, so that enables us to have some economic efficiencies as well. We are, I guess, able to compete quite well with the private sector down here, and as an extension of your own planning department, you know, we tend to do a lot of in-house work rather than deal with outside agencies. The commission is also a forum where we allow, or where we give the opportunity for discussion and collaboration. We try to host workshops. We bring in guest speakers for our board meetings, etc., on various topics. And again, we encourage our members to be there and to participate in those workshops. We are working closely with the Alberta Professional Institute of Planners as well. We attend their conferences. Our planners keep up on the latest trends, etc. And another big role we have is our member makeup is well, we have quite a few small communities, the Lomans, the Arrowwoods, the Barrens of the world, and a lot of them just wouldn't be able to have any planning without the support of the larger communities as well. So this truly gives an opportunity for everyone to have these services at an affordable rate and not be left out.
So could you elaborate a little bit more on that, please, Lynn, on the small communities, how they benefit?
Well, yeah, certainly. Most of them are under 1,000 in population, and their assessment isn't enough to afford basically any more than a CAO and maybe public works foreman and a few other staff members, and planning sometimes tends to fall by the wayside. It is mandated in the MGA though that all communities plan, and so we've been able to fill that vacuum by offering our services at an affordable rate to them. There is a little bit of probably subsidization that occurs from our larger municipalities, right? So there is that partnership, but I think there's a realization that it's important that these small communities, get planning and stay viable.
This is good.
Thanks. Our planners also have an extensive knowledge of the various legislations, regulations, acts, et cetera, and there's a list here of all the different regulations and laws that we keep up on. Things change weekly. We try to stay on top of that. We have bulletins sent to us by all of the agencies and departments, of course, and we have regular planning meetings where our staff get together and share some of these changes, and that allows us to update all of your documents as well. We have occasionally gone outside of our boundaries and worked with the province on larger projects such as the regional plan for South Saskatchewan, and actually all the whole land stewardship project that was put in place. We were able to participate in that and provide some expertise and some guidance there. We also are able to make comments on the Municipal Government Act changes as they come through, so that's been a big plus. Alongside with working with our communities and getting their input, we then pass that along. We are a member of AUMA and the RMA as well, the Rural Municipality Association. So we try to dabble in everything and keep current with all the things that are changing and provide some advice and input there. So what exactly do we do? General planning and advice is probably our bread and butter. The land use bylaws, statutory plans, those are municipal development plans, area structure plans, intermunicipal development plans, those sorts of things are really what I think our staff are good at doing, and they're also something that your communities require. We give day-to-day advice on planning. We work very closely with your planning department, with Hillary. We're kind of an extension, I guess, of the county, or Lethbridge County's planning department. I know there's a lot of back and forth, a lot of discussion, a lot of cooperation that's put in place there. We do population projections. We have a new book coming out shortly with the latest update from Census Canada. We'll also be doing a sort of an info sheet specific to each community that will give a snapshot of where they are in terms of population and statistics. We started a periodical about a year ago. We have 3 issues out. I did bring one along in the package. It was on confined feedlots. We've done one on cluster housing and on cryptocurrency, and the next one is on short-term rentals. So quarterly we'll be putting that out. It's just a little bit of information for all our municipalities to glean onto. So in terms of our plans and bylaws, we prepare and amend all of those as part of your membership. What else? Annexation is another one that is on the list here that I haven't touched on. We do those reports, and we do attend the meetings with the new tribunal that's replaced the Municipal Government Board. We've done a number of growth studies for Lethbridge County. We've done trail plans. McGrath was our latest one. And yeah, any other types of land-related studies are definitely possible for us to complete. Subdivision processing is another level of expertise that ORRSC offers. We have a full-time subdivision clerk who handles all the applications, and the planners themselves deal with the pre-consultations, the field work, the research of the land files, the site inspections, things of that nature. Legislative reviews, regulatory reviews, etc., your MR dedications, your reserve dedications, those are all things that planners review and look at prior to making their recommendations through the subdivision process. We handle all the notifications on behalf of our municipalities, attend the subdivision authority meetings, and I believe there's a few subdivisions on your agenda for today. We have really good relationship with land titles. We have very, very few of our applications turned back. We have extremely high success rate and high turnaround time for those. We are involved with the Alberta Land Surveyors as well, and are liaisoning with them and meeting with them on a regular basis. We handle the finalization of subdivision, so we verify all the conditions that your council has put on those applications and ensure that they're complete prior to releasing everything and finalizing. We also handle the discharges of caveats, et cetera, on behalf of our municipalities. So it's quite a detailed and extensive list of things that we do, and we've got 70 years of experience at doing it, and we have some sort of systems in place that make it work. We attend meetings and hearings, council meetings, obviously, open houses, community engagement, variety of other types of things, appeals. We occasionally are at the Land and Property Rights Tribunal appeals. They've obviously opened up their what's the word? Well, they're hearing a lot more of those appeals than they have in the past, and we were able to get some of those back to the local table rather than all of them going up there. So that's been a good thing, working with them and getting that solved. I think they were being overrun by appeals. We also handle annexation hearings, NRCB hearings. We just had one in Fort McLeod with Willow Creek, so that was interesting. The rest is self-explanatory there. There are 2 prime appeal services provided for members, so we manage those. Again, it's regional. We have a group of board members that we've trained or that have been trained with the Lappert group, and we assist in writing the decisions and ensuring that the hearing process goes flawless. And it's been a good service for the last 3 or 4 years. We are also authorized by Municipal Affairs to provide training for our members. Assessment Review Board's a little different. That one's managed by the Lappert group. They handle all the training. However, we handle the processing of those assessment review complaints and arrange all the hearings and work from there. So that's been another really good service. We started out with about 13 of our members signing up, and now we have 38 of them partaking in it. So that's been good. One less headache for the municipality to deal with. We also have mapping services. This is separate from our GIS. So when we put together and prepare our plans and land use bylaws, our GIS department does have a number of employees with good cartographic skills, so they put together all the maps for those documents. This is just a list of those maps. We do custom mapping as well for a variety of groups and municipalities. We purchased a drone not too long ago, so we've been working with some of the economic development groups in the area to put together sort of real estate promo pieces, etc. Our GIS services are, well, they've been in place since about 2002. We started it on an urban basis, but we have expanded in the last 5 years to offering it to our rurals in various forms. Currently, we do GIS for Cardston County. It's web-based, like I mentioned earlier, and it's pretty intuitive. We offer training, et cetera, to administration and staff for finding their way around all of that stuff. Okay. These are just a few types of planning examples that we've done over the past. These are from other municipalities. We've done a wind energy conversion system review for Pincher Creek, Clear Lake area structure plans. We worked with an engineering firm to do a Highway 3 improvement study in the Crow's Nest Pass, land use analysis. These were done a little earlier, but they're still relevant. They're still being used for the advancement of the Highway 3 corridor. We did trails plan with McGrath recently. That was a little bit of partnership too with Cardston County. They've, I think, constructed 10 plus kilometers of trail to date from this plan, so that's been an interesting project. We are working currently with the Mistakis Institute out of Mount Royal University doing a few projects. We did one in the Crow's Nest Pass and in Pincher Creek on a land use suitability tool that they've put together, and we've sort of helped them with the implementation part of that. That's just a map from that. County of Lethbridge, that was before you changed your name. We did an integrated community sustainability plan. So these are just various plans we've done here. Area structure plans, hamlet studies, growth studies for those hamlets. Industrial commercial land use strategy, your intermunicipal development plan with Picture Butte. We also did the rural one as well between you and MD of Tabor. So a variety of services, a variety of things have been accomplished over the years. Like I mentioned earlier, upcoming we have population projections that'll be delivered in the fall. I mentioned our periodicals. These are two of them. I did provide, or Steve provided, the confined feedlot operation copy. It's in a package if you wish to read that. And that is essentially it for ORRSC. We do value your membership, and we enjoy working very closely with all of our municipalities, and we certainly enjoy the advice and the direction that is provided by all of those councils to ensuring that good planning is done here in the South. So
Thank you.
questions.
Thank you very much, Lenz. We obviously really appreciate the work that you and your group do, and obviously enjoy seeing Steve quite regularly at our meetings and the work that he does, and very appreciative of the scope that you deal with. It's quite impressive. We do have a public hearing scheduled for 10 o'clock, but if there's a quick question from council or anything like that, we could. Klaus?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And you were talking about the Highway 3. Are you also involved in the Highway 320?
We have provided advice to the members of that particular group, yes.
Lauren, and then Morris?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question. You had talked about private sewage as one of the things you did, or you give advice to the citizens, or you to municipalities, or you just saw it on your list there.
Right. Maybe Steve can answer that one better.
Yeah, just that we stay current on the code of practice and what the standards are for that for the different systems, and then when we're looking at development or subdivisions, just ensuring that the various setbacks or standards are met, whether it's to property lines, water, that sort of thing. And then on an example, when the subdivision comes in and there's a request for a soils analysis to be done, when that report's submitted, we review that to make sure that the standards are met and that it's certified there to meet the provincial standards on the sewer code. Thank you.
Morris?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. How often is it that private business approach your group and ask for advice? What's the best way to approach the municipality?
Probably once a month, easily,
Once
if
a
not
month,
more,
yeah.
yes.
And do they get charged for that? That's
No, because we do that on behalf, if it's a project related to your municipality, we start the pre-consultative process and walk them through your land use bylaw, et cetera. That's probably why we have such a good and high rate of subdivision, is because, we work with them beforehand to ensure that what they want can be done, or we can tweak it to make sure it goes ahead. Occasionally we get a stubborn person that says, no, I know someone on council, I'm just gonna put that application in, and that's fine too. We occasionally too get private developers wanting us to write plans for them, and that's something that we don't do, right? But we will obviously discuss and consult with them to ensure that their project meets the municipal requirements. Right, we work for you guys, not for the private side, but we do realize there's the, you know, the communication and the liaison that needs to be done.
Well, thank you very much, Lenze. We appreciate your time, and thanks for joining us today.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. I'm going to hang around for a bit because Steve's my ride, so.
Awesome. Thank you.
Great, thanks.
As I mentioned, we have a 10 o'clock public hearing. Bylaw 22-011, road closure, sale, and consolidation, road plan 8419 HB. Morning, Hillary.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Council.
With that, we can recess the regular meeting, and as I stated the title of the public hearing, I would ask for a motion to open. Lauren?
I would move that we open the public hearing for bylaw 22-011.
Thank you, Lauren. Lauren has moved that we open the public hearing for bylaw 22-011. Any further discussion? I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. This public hearing is being held pursuant to the Municipal Government Act as amended. The public hearing is being live streamed via the county's Facebook page. Public hearing for bylaw 22-011 is now officially open, and I will ask that the Supervisor of Planning and Development review the nature of the hearing and provide an overview of what is being proposed. Hillary?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Council. This particular bylaw is to close a portion of County Road that was created due to a subdivision back in the 1960s. So this particular road closure is just in front of an existing acreage as it stands today and as noted in your agenda package. The landowner of the acreage had come into the county looking to expand their property and noted that the roadway was no longer being used and they use it solely for their own purposes at this point in time. They do not have any buildings or structures on that particular undeveloped road right away, but they do have some landscaping in there, and they've been kind of keeping the grass and those types of things in that particular area.
Hillary, sorry, can you just for visual learners like me, show me on the big map where it is?
Sorry, I will mention that this particular road closure is on Range Road 23-4, and it is just to the south west of the town of Nobleford. So Nobleford is on Highway 519, and this is just a half mile south of Highway 519, pretty close to the Highway 23 and 519 interchange. So with regards to this particular road closure, upon review from administration, we determined that as suspected, we would not require this particular road for any particular county use in the future. And so it was sent out to Alberta Transportation just to get their initial feedback on this application, and they had no objections with the county proceeding with the closure, sale, and consolidation of this property, and their comments are included in your agenda package. With regards to the road closure, we do work through Brown O'Connor and Associates in order to finalize and register the road closure application, and they also have undertaken the circulation out to any utilities or pipeline right-of-way operators to ensure that they have no requirements. Sometimes there would be an easement that might require, say, from Fortis or ATCO, and so those things will have been put out, and no objections have been received so far with regards to this particular bylaw. So with that, administration has recommended that the application be sent up to the Minister of Transportation for approval. That has to happen prior to second and third reading of the bylaw by County Council. The public hearing just provides the opportunity for any members of the public to come in if they had any concerns and express those concerns for County Council's consideration to determine if you wanted to move forward in sending this to the Minister of Transportation. The bylaw was advertised in the July 12th and 19th editions of the Sunny South News, and the county received no concerns or objections as a result of that particular notification. With that, I will turn it back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Hillary. As Hillary noted, this is council's opportunity to receive input from the public. I don't see anyone in the room to make a presentation, but I would ask if there's anyone who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaw. Is there anyone who would like to speak to the proposed bylaw? I would ask one more time if there's anyone wishing to speak to the proposed bylaw. Okay. Is there anything from council at this time? Lauren?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question. This is on the old highway, right?
Yes, correct, Councillor Hickey through the chair. This is on the old Highway 23 highway that currently is somewhat paved.
So is this the old service station site? Okay.
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
That's correct.
Anything further, Hillary?
No, that is everything, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, if there is nothing further, I would entertain a motion to close the public hearing. Lauren?
I will move to close the public hearing for bylaw 22-011.
Thank you, Lauren. Lauren has moved for the closure of the public hearing for bylaw 22-011. Any discussion? I will call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And with that, we do have a recommendation before us that the proposed road closure be sent to the Minister of Transportation for approval. How would council like to proceed? Claus?
I'll move that the proposed road closure be sent to the Minister of Transportation for approval.
Thank you, Claus. Claus has moved the recommendation that the proposed road closure be sent to the Minister of Transportation for approval. Any further discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thanks, Hillary.
Thank you.
If you'd like, Hillary, do you want to move back up then to our subdivision applications? D1 subdivision application 2022-0112 Nieboer?
Yes, that would be great. Thank you. Easily enough, Mr. Chairman, this application is just to the north of that road closure on Highway 519. So this particular subdivision, this application is to subdivide a 4.94 acre parcel, so almost a 5 acre parcel, from a commercial title that is currently sitting at just over 25 acres in size. The property is zoned rural commercial, so they have the appropriate zoning to allow for future rural commercial use of this property. So this proposed subdivision does meet the criteria of the land use bylaw in that it already has the appropriate zoning for the intended future use. And it does meet the requirements of the county's industrial commercial land use strategy and the town of Nobleford, Lethbridge County intermunicipal development plan. As it is a split, the Alberta Transportation has noted that a service road dedication would be required on the south end of the property to facilitate access to the development, and as future subdivisions will occur in this area, they will continue that so that they will have a single point of access off of Highway 519 versus multiple approaches. But I do believe Steve has the rest of the comments and may elaborate on that particular requirement of Alberta Transportation.
Hey, Mr. Chair, as explained, the application in front of you is a resplit subdivision of an existing title to re-subdivide a portion of commercially designated land. The parent 25.02 acres was subdivided back in 2011 and contains some existing commercial use on the west portion, or I guess kind of the middle portion, with an agricultural machinery farm implement business. The 4.94 acre portion that we're subdividing is situated just directly to the east of that implement building site and is a vacant portion of land, as you saw on the screen there, with the intent to create an additional rural commercial lot with highway frontage. The applicant is proposing wastewater to be treated by an on-site private septic system, and potable water will be by a private hauled cistern method or by the rural water co-op if available in a future point. As Hillary mentioned, in regards to the access, we did pre-consult with Alberta Transportation and the applicant on this proposal, as their access is directly from the south from Highway 519. So as such, at the request of Alberta Transportation, the application does include a 45 by 25 meter service road dedication in the area of the current highway approach. So what that means is that will be registered on the final subdivision plan, and they'll also have to physically construct that portion. And then on the east portion, there will be a service road dedication by Caveat, which will be registered across the frontage of that 4.94 acre parcel, with the idea to connect to the east, separate title for future connectivity. The idea being in the future, all along here, if this develops out, there'd be a service road running parallel to the highway there. So as mentioned, overall, the proposal meets the criteria of the county's land use bylaw for the rural commercial land use district. The application was circulated to all the required external agencies with no concerns expressed. At the time I sent this out, we didn't hear back from all the utility agencies and such. I have since heard back from Telus Fortis. They have no concerns, no easements are needed. Alberta Health also responded to the circulation. They have no concerns or objections to the proposal. This land is in the intermunicipal development plan area with the town of Nobleford. It's subject to the IDP. Our determination is that it aligns with all the policies of the IDP. The town of Nobleford has not responded or submitted any comments on the application. So with that, I have recommended approval to you for the reasons being that the rural commercial subdivision policies within your land use bylaw allow such land designated rural commercial to be re-subdivided. The parcel sizes it complies with. The land is within the Lethbridge County and Town of Nobleford Intermunicipal Development Plan and is situated what we referred to as Planning Area 1A, which does specifically permit further subdivision in this area. And there's a 2 acre minimum parcel size, which this exceeds, it being almost 5 acres in size. And as well, the proposal is also deemed to align with your county industrial commercial land use strategy. And the land is in an area identified for commercial activity in proximity to transportation and a paved highway corridor and pre-planned and designated for such use. So on that basis, I have recommended approval to you. The conditions outlined in the draft resolution are that the municipal reserve is provided. In this case, the suggestion to you is that they pay the municipal reserve on the 4.94 acres being subdivided. The values come in on that at $15,000 per acre, which it works out to approximately $7,410 to be paid to Lethbridge County. And that on the western portion left, that a deferred reserve caveat be registered on the remnant 19.9 acre title to be reserved for the future. The reason for that suggestion is in accordance with the rural commercial zoning and the intermunicipal development plan with Nobleford, this site parcel could be subdivided in the future. That west vacant portion there could entertain subdivision on there. So on that basis, it's always recommended that you wait to the future at the highest and best use to take your municipal reserve and take it at a future opportunity. So in addition to the municipal reserve, the other conditions would be the standard that the taxes are paid up to date. Second condition is important that a development agreement be entered into that will address the access and service road requirements of Alberta Transportation there. The third condition that they provide a plan of survey to illustrate the exact dimensions of the approval and include the 20 by 45 meter service road right away. The fourth condition is that a professional soils analysis report be completed and submitted with the results deemed satisfactory to the subdivision authority. And the fifth condition that the legal and physical road access be provided to the satisfaction of Alberta Transportation, including the service road caveat that must be registered as well on there. So the draft resolution that came out to you also had the easements on there, but we have since heard back and we don't require any easements to be registered. But with those conditions outlined on the draft resolution, along with the municipal reserve provisions, I recommend approval to you on that basis.
Thank you, Steve. Any questions from council? Claus?
You were talking about the water, the wastewater and everything. Are they gonna have access to potable water there, or will they have to haul their water?
They eventually would like to do the rural water co-op. In the interim, they may have to haul, but the ultimate plan is to get it on the rural water line.
And I'm just referring to the dugout that we see there. Is that shared dugout with the people on the owner on the north?
It's the same owner, well, it is the same owner to the north. They own, Nieboers own the whole quarter section. It is a shared dugout at this point in time. I do believe that Nieboer, the farm implement dealership, uses that as part of their operation and probably part of their fire protection on site. And then also it's shared with the agricultural land to the north.
Any other questions from council? How would you like to proceed? I got Mark and Lauren.
Doesn't matter.
Mark?
I'd like to move that subdivision application number 2022-0-112 be approved, subject to the conditions as outlined in the draft resolution.
Thank you, Mark. Mark has moved the recommendation that subdivision application 2022-0-112 be approved, subject to the conditions as outlined in the draft resolution. Any further discussion? Not, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Hillary.
Thank you.
Hillary, would you like to continue on with your planning and development report?
Yes, I would, Mr.
Okay,
Chairman.
then we'll shift down to G1.1, Planning and Development Department, second quarter report 2022.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is my report for the second quarter, so from the time from January 1st to the end of June of this year. So I will report the following. I will read all of the details, but I will provide the highlights for council and then entertain any, if there's any comments that you may have. From January 1st to the 30th, 122 development permits were submitted for review by the Development Authority here at the county. This is a little bit of a decline from last year, which we had 161 in that same time period, but about the same as we had pre-COVID-19. Back in 2019, it's about relatively the same number. So I think we're seeing a return to sort of normal business operations in terms of the volume of applications we've seen. With regards to the permits that were actually issued, 114 permits were issued. Many of those permits were of residential in nature and accessory buildings, which is quite common for the county. We see additions to residences, new residences, garages, shops being constructed on a regular basis. We did have a number of commercial and industrial permits, 21 in total. Those would include additions, new buildings, and also changes in use where, say, a business goes from one entity to another. They require a development permit for that. And the remainder of the permits issued were with regards to agricultural, buildings, home occupations, institutional, and some miscellaneous. We've had, in the miscellaneous, we've included solar arrays. We've had a number of solar arrays constructed this year. Our applications put in this year, which I think is reflecting on energy prices. People are just wanting some more energy security and maybe looking to the future in terms of how their property runs on less reliance on the grid. So that's kind of one thing that I think will continue on in going into the future. So with that, I think we will be looking at how we handle solar applications in the county in terms of individual ones, not necessarily the commercial ones, but individual, just to see if we can maybe streamline that process for our citizens. We may be proposing a few amendments to the land use bylaw just in terms of more of our knowledge. Our base has increased and we understand more about how things are operating, and so we'll be looking to review that in the near future. For building permits, as council may be aware, Park Enterprises has the contract for safety codes permits in the county, and there was a number of permits issued. It's once again, I think, stabilized from last year where they saw a huge increase in the number. This year it's kind of back down to where we were pre-COVID-19. 108 building permits, 215 electrical, 137 gas, 70 plumbing, and 31 private septic. And so we can track all of these permits in relation to the development permit to make sure that the appropriate applications are being submitted. And we work very closely with Park to ensure that that's happening. For subdivisions, 18 subdivision applications were approved by County Council in that time period. For the Development and Subdivision Appeal Board, we had 3 appeals of subdivisions and, mostly development permits at this point in time. There is 3 development permits, 2 were setback waivers that were denied by the Development Authority, and then 1 was a application for a dog park that was denied due to proximity to an existing residence. For bylaws, we have McLean Acres Area Structure Plan and the associated rezoning. Those are currently under administration review. That particular area is to the north of the city of Lethbridge, and it is within the intermunicipal development plan area with the city. We are currently looking at some comments from the city, and the applicant is looking to move forward on their application. We assume that they will be coming in the fall of this year in terms of presenting that bylaw to County Council for your consideration, or both of those bylaws, I should say. I did miss one bylaw on here, and you'll notice because we are actually going to speak to it today, we do have a rezoning application in from the Stafford Park group who are looking to increase the size of the park in terms of the camping area and the amenities. And so their application, which I will review further on in our agenda, is looking to do that. So that's one that for some reason I've missed on my list. With regards to road closures have been pretty busy this year. We've had 4 come forward this year. 2 will be presented to you today. The other one we just had the public hearing for, and one other one that was for Lafarge happened earlier this year, which is up to the Minister of Transportation for approval. Intermunicipal relations and referrals, we've had lots of intermunicipal referrals, lots of things going on within our boundaries around the urbans and the rurals. I've reviewed 24 intermunicipal referrals, nothing significant or concerns that we have noted. Everything seems to comply with the associated intermunicipal development plans that we have for all of those municipalities. And as the noted, next we're looking at the new Lethbridge County Town of Coaldale intermunicipal development plan, which the committee has met twice on, and we have been drafting the policies over the last couple months, and we will have our next meeting with the intermunicipal committee at the end of August to review those with the committee members to see how we proceed from there. So, but that's coming along quite nicely. With regards to some miscellaneous items, I just wanted to note that the residential lots in Monarch have all sold. The sales agreements have all been signed. We're just waiting for land titles to move things along. I will note after I did this report that the lots in Turin, the industrial lots, have all sold also. So I'm not a real estate agent, but I feel like I'm doing a pretty good job.
That's good news, however.
Yeah, it's very good news in terms of now we can look at other areas, other opportunities. We didn't want to move forward until we'd kind of finalize these ones. So it doesn't necessarily mean that building is imminently coming. In some cases, people might be holding on to them for some time, but I know in Monarch, one house is currently being started in one of those lots, and we'll see what happens on those Turin industrial lots too, so it's pretty exciting. I also did compile some statistics from the 2021 Canadian Census. As Lenze and Steve noted, they also do some population analysis based on the statistics, so it probably will be somewhat similar, but they might have a bit more detail just in how they look at those statistics, and maybe some comparables too with other municipalities, which I think will be really important. And for the Natural Resources and Conservation Board, we had 6 reviews of applications coming in, so that's for applications for expanded or new feedlot operations in the county. And with that, Mr. Chairman, with regards to the financial impact, just so that Council's aware, we have received $77,103.38 in revenue from Park Enterprises with regards to this issuance of safety codes permits, which is slightly up from last year, just depends on the types of permits that are being submitted. Lower number, but higher value, so. I think that covers off everything in my report, Mr. Chairman. If there's, I will put it back to you.
Thank you, Hillary. That's exciting news to hear that those lots are finally moving. That's great. Morris?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hillary, you also mentioned a couple of road closures you had to deal with. What type of a cost do we look at by the time that's all completed, like from the administration end of it?
Cost in terms of, like, our
Like-
fees or what our time, our
Yeah,
time?
the time and whatever else.
Through the chair to Councillor Zeenstra, I think our costs are mostly just it's usually the preliminary application review. So there's time spent looking at it, making sure that we're talking with Alberta Transportation, meeting with the applicants, making sure that we have all the appropriate information. As I mentioned, we do deal with Brown O'Connor and Associates often for kind of the processing side. So we do try to reflect the fee for the road closure application as accounting for our time. So I haven't detailed my billable hours because we don't do that here at the county, but it's definitely a bit of time to make sure that we have all of our appropriate things in place. So.
However, we try to recover that when we sell that road.
And yes, we do have the cost for a road closure, which is based off of the land value. So I get that through the assessment. So whether it's, $2,500 per acre or, $5,000, $6,000, I work with Les on that to determine those values too.
Anne?
Thank you, and I just want to say too, we did move road closures from a different department over to planning, and it has been extremely successful because we did have quite a backlog in the road closures, and now Hillary's done a very good job at getting that sorted out, so I think we're now pretty close to caught up.
We are,
Would
yeah,
you think?
definitely
Yes.
caught up.
Thank you.
Any other questions from council?
I have one.
Yeah, go ahead, John.
Thank you. Hillary, I've actually had a couple of ratepayers ask me about when they're putting in a development permit and if it's been approved and they wanted to make minor changes in terms of, one of them wanted to slightly change the size of the structure, and the other one wanted to move the orientation of the structure. And they've expressed some frustration in that they had to completely reapply to and go through the process again. I was wondering if you could maybe shed a little bit of light on why that is, or if there is something that could be done to maybe cut down the red tape when it's a minor change.
Thanks, John.
Thank you, Councillor Kurbis, through the chair. So with regards to development permits, we always tell people when they're applying to apply for exactly what you're planning on putting up in terms of its location and size. Because once we actually issue a development permit, it's based on that specific information. So whether when it's the location is important because we're looking at, say, proximity to infrastructure or property lines, underground utilities. So we have to do a search to make sure that those structures are meeting any required setbacks or that they're not on any easements. With regards to minor variances, we always tell people if they're building a shop and you're like, I don't know if I'm going to go to 3,000, maybe I'll go to 2,400 based on lumber prices. We say you can go a bit bigger, and then if you're downsizing, your footprint's not going to really change because we've already established that it's suitable. With regards to other things, we don't have a lot of leeway. A development permit, once it's been issued, that's it. It's pretty much written that that's what you've approved. We've advertised it. That's part of the public record. So any amendments do require that they submit a new application. We've had some people, they obviously didn't have the right information when they were putting in something the first time, and they said, well, I'm going to move this location 50 feet. Well, I'm sorry, we have to have a new process to review that because it could impact an adjacent landowner. It could impact, say, a setback. It could impact a utility. Also, if it's a size requirement, we do want to make sure that we have the appropriate size for those on the application, because those things, as I mentioned, go through the building permit safety codes process also, and we want to make sure that all of those things are jiving right from the start of the process and not being amended. As the development authority, I do not have the ability to redline or amend a development permit once it's been issued.
Thank you, Hillary.
Thank you for that.
Anything further from council? Not. Thank you very much, Hillary.
Thank you.
And with that, we can move down to item G1.2, Bylaw, yes, Bylaw 22-012, re-designate portion of northeast northwest 12-9-19 west of the 4 from rural agriculture to rural recreation, first reading.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this is the redesignation that I was referring to previously that I failed to put in my quarterly report. We did have the applicants or the landowners for the Park Lake campground and recreational area come into the county. We've been discussing this for probably the better part of a year as to what their future plans are on this particular site. They have been very successful in their venture of kind of revisioning the campground and the recreational area over the last number of years since they've reopened it in 2016. And so now they're coming back and they would like to expand, and with that they would have to rezone the lands to rural recreation. So as you can see on the ortho photo on the screen, this green shaded area here is the area that's currently designated for rural recreation. And that has been as such since 1985, when the province, the SMRID, and the county came together to determine that this would be a suitable recreational area on the reservoir. So council may be aware or not aware, but in this particular location, the reservoir doesn't, the water stays level, it doesn't go down. And so they were able to establish that this could be a sustained recreational area without having that fluctuation in water levels, say at the Waterton Dam or at the St. Mary's River Dam, where you see like a significant decrease in the water levels. This one stays the same. So that's why this area was established in 1985 as a recreational site, and it was supported at that time, like I said, from the 3 entities. So now moving forward, 30 some odd years, they're looking to expand. They would like to increase the size of their camping area and also improve on the amenities on the site. And included in your agenda package, I did include their proposal. They had some concepts included that they thought would be workable for the area. They've done some good work in terms of visualizing how the site could be, addressing some of the concerns that have come up over the years in terms of access, traffic, that kind of thing. So, but we can, those items will be discussed at more length during the public hearing, but I just wanted to kind of give you the context of why they're going forward at this time, just in case you do get some feedback from residents that this is being brought forward for your consideration. So with that, this application has been circulated to all county departments and external agencies for review, and their comments, as well as any planning and strategic planning considerations, will be presented at the public hearing. I anticipate that the public hearing will be held on the first meeting in September, which will be September the 1st. And I have recommended at this point in time that first Bylaw 22-012 be read a first time, and this allows for administration to proceed with setting the date for the public hearing and sending out the appropriate notices to the affected and adjacent landowners, notifying them of that public hearing time and date. And with that, I will put it back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Hillary. Any questions from council? Lauren?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So at the public hearing, the concerns over the road issues will be addressed, or to some degree?
Yes, Councillor Hickey, through the chair, I will detail out the concerns. I'm sure that I will receive some of those concerns in writing before the public hearing. I will provide those to council at that time, as well as how the Park Lake group has proposed to address some of those concerns. And then also administratively, if there's ways that we see that things could be addressed, how we would do that moving forward. So yes, at the public hearing, we'll go through those details.
Thank you, Hillary. Anything further from council? Thank you, Hillary. I think it's just important again to note that, you know, obviously what we have before us is consideration of first reading, and at this time we're not approving or rejecting anything. I think, you know, just having that in my division, I have heard quite a bit of feedback both in the past before this application, and then obviously once the ownership group did go out to the public and signal that they had intentions to possibly go down this road. I know, I'm sure the public hearing will be well attended, and that's great that we have that public feedback so that we can make the best decision possible. So anything further? If not, how would you like to proceed? Claus?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll move that the bylaw 22-0-12 be read for the first time.
Thank you, Claus. Claus has moved the recommendation that bylaw 22-012 be read a first time. Any further discussion? If not, I'll call a question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you, Hillary.
Thank you.
We can move down to item G.1.3, resolution road closure sale and consolidation of road plan 5110BM.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this is the first of two road closures I'm presenting to you today that will be, are proposed to be closed by resolution and not by bylaw. The first road closure, this road closure, 5110BM, is located just to the east of Diamond City. It is on behalf of the Cotes and the Dunsbergens, who are looking to close a portion of undeveloped road right-of-way that they wish to consolidate into their properties to enhance their current properties and to address some encroachment issues that have occurred over time. The application, we did review this over the last number of years. We have been looking at this application. This is one that's kind of been in the queue for quite some time in terms of dealing with. We have determined that the portion of road that they are proposing to close is not required by the county for any means to access a property or for future county use, so it was deemed acceptable to close. Alberta Transportation was sent the notice of the intent to close the road, and they had no objections as well. All the parcels in question will have access to a road as they stand today, and even to a future road if there's certain subdivisions that are contemplated kind of to the north there. There is still that undeveloped road that could be developed at some point in time. With regards to the Cotes, specifically, they're the ones who initiated the application. They do wish to, in the future, if this road closure is approved, to realign their parcels to kind of make them more conducive to development. As you can see on the map, they have kind of a somewhat skinnier parcel that they wish to kind of square off to their property line to the east. So that's something that, and with the road being there, they can't do that at this point in time. So I know that's one of the intentions of the applicant, is to look at closing the road and then to looking at a reconfiguration of titles just to make them more usable for their use in the future. If approved, the landowners, the adjacent landowners being the Cotes and the Dunsbergens, would consolidate the road closure area into their properties as shown on the attached sketch that was submitted by Brown Oakheimer and Associates. This application, we do recommend approval of this particular application and to be sent up to Minister of Transportation for their final approval. Alternatively, County Council could reject the road closure, and the county would then retain this particular area as a future road network. The downside of that would be is that we don't really see a particular use of this particular road, and we would forego any sale revenue from this particular land sale. The assessed value of this property is at $12,000 per acre, and so the county would see a revenue of $17,180 if this road closure area were to be approved. And in the application, you will note that the resolutions have been drafted and the road closure area has been identified on page 8 of 10 of your agenda package. With that, I'll put it back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Hillary. Any questions from council? Lauren?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what's the difference between a closure by a bylaw and a closure by a resolution?
So there are two mechanisms with which a municipality can close a road. I should say a rural municipality can close a road. They're the resolution and bylaw, and you've seen both of them here at council. So a bylaw is whereby a road was closed by way of a subdivision, like it was created through a public process, through a subdivision process. You can close a road by resolution, as is this case, because this road was created by a road plan. It wasn't due to a subdivision being done. It was a road plan that was created after the township and range road network was created. And so the province has allowed for this more streamlined approach to closing roads instead of having to go through the bylaw process, because this has a road plan that's not tied to a subdivision. So thereby we can have this more streamlined approach for certain road closures, and then the bylaw approach for like that last one that we just had the public hearing for. That one had to have a bylaw because it was created due to a subdivision process. So that's kind of hopefully the best way to explain the two processes.
Thanks, Hillary. Eric?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is it difficult for you to overlay that on aerial view? I'm on Google Earth looking at it, and very, very confusing, but it looks like this might be a viable lot to sell versus a road closure.
So the white lines on the ortho photo indicate the property lines.
Okay.
So the Cotes own this narrow title that's next to the old rail line. The Dunsbergens own a country residential parcel, and the road area is a 20-meter parcel kind of in between.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's not it wouldn't be a viable parcel because it's only 20 meters wide as a parcel on its own. That's why we require the consolidation to the adjacent title.
Makes good sense that way. Thank you.
Thanks, Hillary. Any further questions? How would you like to proceed? Mark?
I'd like to move that closure of portion of road plan 5110 BM is shown on the attached sketch be approved by resolution.
Thank you, Mark. Mark has moved the recommendation that a portion of road plan 5110 BM as shown on the attached sketch be approved by resolution. Any further discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Hillary, is the other road closure similar in the breadth of it, or?
Yeah, if you wanted to, we could do that other road closure now.
Sure.
If that's.
Why don't we do that?
Sure. I can do that. So this next road closure, let me just get to my report.
Sorry, Hillary, that would be G 1.7 resolution, road closure sale and consolidation of road plan 4725 BM.
Yes. So this road closure is located just to the east of the hamlet of Iron Springs. As with the other road closure, this road closure can be closed by resolution as it was not created due to a subdivision. It was a road plan that was overlaid, I'm going to guess in the early 1900s at some point in time, given the number. This road is currently undeveloped. We did become aware that the adjacent landowner had recently located his irrigation pivot within the road allowance area, and a notice was sent to them just indicating that they had some options, one being that they could close and consolidate this road because we didn't see that there was any value in retaining this particular road in the county, or that they could remove the pivot structure from the road right-of-way and put it solely on their own land. So they did choose to go with the option of closing the road right-of-way and consolidating it. I did send this application prior to them submitting the application. I did confirm with Alberta Transportation that they did not have any concerns with this road closure and consolidation. They did not, as they saw that all with the consolidation that the lots would all have legal access to a county road, and they wouldn't need to access the highway network. So they were submitted their letter of support with regards to this road closure. And in this part, I don't know if I put this in the other report, but under Section 24 of the Municipal Government Act, as to Councillor Hickey's comment about the resolution, that does allow us to close a road by resolution if there is also a suitable means for all properties to gain access to the road network. So that's the other kind of test that we have to run in terms of closing a road by resolution or bylaw. The road in question is, as I mentioned, undeveloped, and we have determined that it is not required as part of any county road network. And with Alberta Transportation's support of this road closure, I have recommended that this road closure 4725 BM be closed by resolution as shown on the attached sketch. I will put it back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Hillary. Any questions from council? Eric?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Valuation on the land being sold. We have our bylaw 22-011 where they're buying approximately 0.6 acres at $6,160, and we have another closure where we're buying 4 acres for about, I get it right up here, whatever is right in front of us, 12,000 or something.
$10,000.
Yes. How do we reach those valuations?
Thank you, Councillor Van Nussen, through the chair. So I work with Les Whitfield, our assessor, on the evaluation of land. So it is based off of how much the land in a particular area will cost. It's the land-based area. So whether it's proximity to, say, existing infrastructure, where it's where land sales may be higher, where it may be on irrigated lands, or if it's an area where it's dry land, pasture land, that valuation is lower. I know in this particular road closure area, the road area is seen as pasture land, and so the valuation came in at that $2,500 per acre versus the other one, which came in much higher because of the adjacent uses. So the assessment is based off of the land value of the surrounding lands. That's how the evaluation is determined. So each road closure will have a different cost to it, or a different value associated with it. So whether it's tied to a residential parcel, an acreage, this one will be tied to a pasture land. That's how the evaluation is determined by the assessor.
Thank you.
Thanks, Hillary. Any further questions? Claus?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll move that the closure of the portion of the road plan 4725 BM as shown on the attached sketch be approved by resolution.
Thank you, Claus. Claus has moved the recommendation that closure of a portion of road plan 4725 BM as shown on the attached sketch be approved by resolution. Any further discussion? I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. With that, we do have an 11 a.m. Delegation with our bursary awards, so why don't we take a short recess and we'll reconvene at 11 a.m. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. We'll call the meeting back to order at 11:04, and we have our 11 a.m. delegation here regarding our bursary awards. So the county is excited again this year to present 2 post-secondary bursaries to county residents. We had 13 applications come in, and they were vetted by our ad hoc committee of Mark Sayers, John Kurbis, and Lauren Hickey, counselors. So thank you very much to them for going through that. I understand it wasn't an easy choice by any stretch. We had some very strong applicants again this year. It was great to see that many people apply, and the quality of the applicants was phenomenal. So thank you to all those that did apply, and a special congratulations to our 2 recipients this year. Extremely qualified, and I'm sure they're going to go forward and make Lethbridge County very proud. So congratulations to both Kaylee Moorhead and Taiya Nickel. And with that, I will throw to our ad hoc committee if any of you would like to add anything, but I'll start with you, Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I'd like to just comment on the quality of the applications we got this year. Talking to some of the staff, historically, I guess our numbers were down. We didn't, in some years we didn't have that many applications, so we were quite surprised, pleasantly surprised to have the number of applications this year. They were given to us, and we were all went through the essays. They were amazing. We were just all blown away by the quality. Both Taiya and Kaylee, they rose to the top, and we were super proud and super happy and honored to be able to present these scholarships to them. So moving forward, I think whatever we're doing to spread the word, that we keep doing that, and could potentially look at possibly more scholarships just to support the youth in our county. So, Lauren?
Thank you. I guess the only thing I would like to add to that is I think your dedication to your community is really showing up in your resumes you sent in, and we look forward to what you're going to do in the future, and all the very best.
Thanks, Mark and Lauren. John, anything that you'd like to add? John, you're muted.
We can't hear you.
The joys of technology. Yeah, we can't. Well, you're muted, John. If you're able to, if you are able to unmute, just speak up, and we'll let you say something. But other than that, like I said, thank you very much. And with that, have a couple of presentations we'll make here in the room, and then maybe if we could, we'll ask you to go outside and we'll take a picture by the county sign, if that's all right. So I'll ask both Kaylee and Taiya if you'd like to come forward.
Yeah, sure. You could just both face me. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Perfect. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
We'll just head outside quick and we'll grab a picture. We'll just recess for a second here and grab a quick picture. Thank you, John. Thank you to our committee of Mark, John, and Lauren for their work on that, and thank you as well to Jen and the rest of staff that was part of that. Obviously a large number of applications to sift through and go through, but very much appreciated for a good cause, and great to highlight some great students doing some great things in Lethbridge County. So thank you very much. Yeah, Ann?
And just to add something, when I came here in 2018, I remember it was council's wish that we get this scholarship up and running, and it was Jen who was the key driver behind that and moved it all forward. So hats off to you, Jen. Kudos. Thank you.
Awesome. We can move down to G 1.4, Hillary, is that what? Yep. 1.4, Development Permit Application 2022-111, City of Lethbridge Litter Fence, Southwest 41021, west of the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Council. I'm going to put Nathan in the hot seat for this one. So he'll present the application as he's the one who reviewed it, and he'll tell you all about it.
Yeah.
Morning, Nathan.
Hi. So, the City of Lethbridge has applied for DP 2022-111, and it's for a pair of litter fences as described. The first fence is along the eastern boundary. I believe it's just up a page there.
Yep, sorry.
Around there, construction products, and the second is undesignated hence 4, and it's along their new pit. So the fencing is an accessory to existing landfill, and as such is a permitted use as described in Bylaw 1389, and further, it's encouraged in Section 11 of that bylaw as it mitigates off-site impacts. It was distributed internally to public operations, infrastructure, and community services, as well as to Alberta Transport and the SMRID, and I didn't get any objections. And council is the development authority pursuant to Bylaw 1389, and has previously approved all developments, including the fencing under DP's 2021 14 2013 147 and 2007 77. As the application complies.
Just a quick question.
Absolutely.
So these are both new fences?
Yes.
They're both new fences?
That's right.
Okay, thank you. I did read the report, but it's a while ago.
For sure.
Mm-hmm.
As the application complies with all of the standards of the district and is a permitted use. I've recommended approval subject to the conditions in your package. And with that, I'll turn it to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Nathan. So as Nathan said, there is a recommendation that County Council approve development permit 2022-111 with conditions. Any questions from council at this time?
I have one.
Yeah, go ahead, John.
Well, more of a comment. This seems to be a very straightforward situation and very well laid out. And as a result of that, I would like to move that the Lethbridge County Council approve the development permit 2021-111 with the conditions outlined.
Thank you, John. John has moved the recommendation that Lethbridge County Council approve development permit 2022-111 with conditions. Any further discussion? Lauren?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So are all the fences the same size? Like I'm just looking at your schematics, are they all about the same?
They're all
height-wise
pretty
and stuff?
comparable. Yeah.
And one other follow-up question. I see 1 and 4 are clearly indicated on the map. Are there a 2 and a 3?
I believe those two already exist on the site. It's just these two hadn't been included in prior applications.
Anything further? Excuse me. If not, like I said, John has moved the recommendation. I will call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you, Nathan.
you.
We can move down to G1.5, Diamond City Community Hall update and request. Good morning, Larry.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Council. As noted, we have a short report here, Diamond City Community Hall update and request. Just to summarize, the Diamond City Community Association is proposing to fundraise for a brand new community hall, and they're seeking confirmation that Council is still willing to consider donating an approximately 0.7 acre parcel of land for them to build their new structure on. And Council did indicate this in a letter to the association delivered last year, and we'll touch on that a little bit more further along here. The recommendation today is that administration prepare a subdivision application and report back to Council recommending that subdivision of approximately 0.7 acres to replace the existing Diamond City Community Hall in its current location. Thank you, Hillary. And that if approved, ownership of the new parcel be transferred to the Diamond City Community Association for that sole purpose of allowing them to construct a new community hall. The reasons for this is that it appears they are willing to take on the project kind of fully and wholly of their own accord and do what is necessary to raise funds to have the money available to build the new structure. At a closed meeting back in June of last year, Council did agree again to consider providing support for the new Diamond City Community Hall as outlined in a letter that was sent to them. And at this point, Mr. Chairman, that letter, I'll just point out, is attached. It's on page 8 of the report, again dated June 3rd, 2021 to this Diamond City Community Association. And at that point, Council did indicate it would consider providing support to the association in the following 4 ways. Potentially providing a moderate loan to the association if they were to take the lead in constructing a new hall or other structure. They're not asking for a loan at this point, but they do appear willing to take the lead on creating a new community hall there. Council also promised to conduct an annual inspection of the hall to determine whether it remains safe for use. It's a very old building, needing lots of maintenance to keep it going for too many years more here. And then the key one here, I think, that we're trying to address today is Council did indicate it would be willing to subdivide enough land at the existing location to accommodate a new facility and parking area and then donate it to the association, and as well to continue to provide an annual $10,000 grant to the association, as Council does to the other community associations in the county. Just a tiny bit more background information, maybe if some people listening today or present aren't familiar. The Diamond City Community Hall is the only county-owned community hall. I think there are about 7 or so, give or take 7 or 8 maybe throughout the county. The only one wholly owned by the county. And we had a structural assessment conducted on the hall back in 2019. And the recommendation and the results of that assessment for that building, which was built around the end of the Second World War, so it's getting on a little bit of age. I don't think any of us here were built then, were we? Hopefully not quite there. It was about $400,000 to keep it going from now, or from that time, 2019 up to 2029. So for about a 10-year period to ensure the safety and viability of the hall, approximately $400,000 would need to be put into it to keep it safe and functional. When that was presented and discussed to Council previously, it was deemed that, it just didn't make sense for that amount of money. Plus, we have this one oddity still in Lethbridge County whereby this one only community hall is owned wholly by the county. So right now, under its current condition, any sudden or expected major emergency repairs would require a big outlay of capital from the county. Or alternatively, simply kind of trigger the need to, decommission and demolish the hall and close it, which I think is pretty much inevitable again, unless there's a large infusion of cash that someone or somebody is willing to put forward into it. The alternatives that we're presenting today, Mr. Chairman and Council, are to subdivide the approximately 0.7 acres of land on which the hall currently sits and donate that land to the association so that they may fundraise for the new hall. Some of the advantages of this is it would place the primary responsibility for building that new hall on the association, not on the county, and it would relieve the county of any obligations, financially speaking, for future essential and inevitable maintenance that are needed now for the existing hall. The drawback to that is it may lead to the hamlet no longer having a community hall if their fundraising efforts fell short. But again, without a big infusion of cash to upgrade and maintain the current hall, that seems like an inevitability almost that this hall will be no longer of good use in the very few next years. Another option is to simply maintain ownership of the land, demolish the community hall once it reaches that no longer safe to use stage. And again, that would likely be required sometime between now and 2029 based on that structural assessment done back in 2019. The advantage of this is it would eliminate the need for the county to continue to pay costs of any sort of minor essential repairs for that structure that's nearing the end of its life. The drawback would be that the community could be left with no community hall in place. As far as the financial impact goes, survey and registration to subdivide the costs are estimated to be about $2,500, and donating the 7.7 acres of land, of course, is a significant donation, but is non-monetary in nature, so it wouldn't impact Lethbridge County's budgetary considerations in that regard. Demolition of the hall is estimated to be about $25,000. And as well, on page 7, I believe it is, of the report, and it's up here on the GIS, although we don't have the proposed 0.7 acre area outlined on the GIS, but if you can see and refer to page 7 of your report, the hatched area there, the lined area, is the area that would make up about 0.7 acres and that we're proposing council consider donating. As well, I've attached some of the documentation that the association submitted to us, that just kind of out report. They actually have a timeline, and it looks like they're hoping for and being, very aggressive and optimistic that by late 2024 or perhaps early 2025, they could have a new community hall in place in Diamond City. And I can try with the hand on the screen there if anyone would like, or anyone at home who maybe doesn't have the ability to view the report easily enough. The approximate area of subdivision, if you can see the hand on the northern boundary there, would just kind of go south and then immediately west there. So it's just kind of where the current hall and parking lot are. So it would just carve a piece out of the northwest corner of that county-owned park and property that currently is where the hall sits. And I think,
Sorry, Larry, not
Yes.
to interrupt, but just a question. I know we did look at some drainage issues that were happening on the property. Can you just outline for council what happened and the outcome of that?
I can attempt,
I know Jeremy's.
Madam CAO, yeah. I wonder if I could defer to Devin. I think he may have been involved a little bit in that. I can't recall, but I know the county did do some short-term remedial work to kind of present further, saturation and drainage issues to create more problems.
Yes, I know we did discuss some drainage improvements just west of the building there. There was little to no drainage there to begin with. The west foundation actually started to sink into the ground. So the community association did construct a little swale adjacent to the hall, but it needed more substantial work. We discussed doing it, but I don't believe operations conducted that work to date. It was something that we were just in discussions with them early on in the stage, what can we do to maybe help this situation? So I don't believe we actually did any work out there, but there was a little bit of work done by the association to help mitigate that drainage issue.
Thank you, Devin.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I don't think I have anything further at this point, Mr. Chairman. If I turn it back to you, please.
Thank you, Larry.
Thank you.
Any questions from council at this time? Eric?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The property in the right-hand corner of the building, does the county use that, or what is its purpose?
Devin?
Yes, I can answer that. That is our truck fill station and our pump house. We have a large reservoir in Diamond City that feeds our North County hamlets and Picture Butte as well, and that's where it's located.
Okay, thank you.
Any?
Question.
Yeah, go ahead, John.
Appreciating that Diamond City values this hall significantly, the residents, they very much want to see it continue on, and I applaud their efforts to take this over and move forward with this on their own. My question deals with, is there a reason why we're actually just subdividing this property out and not just signing over the parcel to them?
Well,
Go ahead, Larry.
yeah, if I may, through the chair to Councillor Kurbis's question, I suppose the county could still own it. The indication from the association was, though, to actually own the land.
No, he's not asking that, Larry, sorry.
Yeah.
He's asking why aren't we giving the whole thing to them, the whole piece?
Yes.
The whole.
Oh,
That's correct.
I see. I'm sorry. Pardon me, my misunderstanding there. So that is a county park, and the county maintains it. There's, I think, a fairly new playground, if I'm not mistaken, was put in just 3 or 4 years ago there. And it's simply a park. The association is not asking for the entire parcel, and I don't believe they need it. And just, from a volunteer association perspective, if they were to take over that entire parcel, that would be quite a bit of maintenance that I would doubt they would have the scope and ability and resources to maintain like Lethbridge County does.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Lauren?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, you still have to subdivide it anyway, because we'd want to keep the reservoir and the pump house there and the truck fill. So,
Oh, that's on the same parcel?
it is.
Okay, well, that makes sense. Thank you.
Any further questions? I've got, yeah, Eric?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is there any benefit in already building this subdivision application versus giving them a letter of intent, should they be able to continue with their fundraising and such? That we don't have an application waiting and ready versus they come back and say, hey, we got 300,000. can we finalize this kind of thing, or go through it at that point? Is there such a thing as a, letter of intent? This land is yours, should you reach this benchmark?
Thank you, Councillor Van Essen, through the chair. My thought is that the county could proceed for, just as an example, with the subdivision, but maybe not hand over title to the subdivision. It would still be county owned, and then perhaps when they got to the point where they had enough funds to proceed, the land could be handed over, if that's kind of the gist of where you're going with this. Not to commit too much too soon, perhaps, if I understood correctly. And maybe that's an option. I got the sense from them, but not definitively, but I got the sense that if they knew and had even a letter of intent, with a commitment from Lethbridge County that this land will be yours if and when you raise the funds necessary to construct the new hall, that would help them maybe in their grant applications and some fundraising, and give them a level of certainty that they really will own it, construct it, and be able to manage and maintain it for future years and generations.
Klaus?
Yeah, I look at it a little bit different. If we, if we would give them the 0.7 acres, they could go ahead with what they had to do, and nothing would stand in the way. And wouldn't it be easier just to have the recommendation that we are willing to donate that 0.7 acres and subdivide it, and then they can do whatever they want at their time? Then it's out of the county's hands, and we don't have to have any say or anything like that. Plus that we will, of course, help them if they go for grant applications and things like that. So that is actually the recommendation that I would like to make on this one, that we're, donate the land and we take our hands off.
Would you? Yes, please, John.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would agree with Klaus. I think that this is a situation where we move forward and subdivide this off because that is their desire, and transfer ownership to them as soon as possible so that they can move forward with whatever they want to do with the hall, which includes continuing to operate it or maintaining it in its present form, or demolishing it and building a new structure. But that decision would be theirs, and it would no longer fall on the county for anything in that regard.
Thank you, John. Klaus, would you like to move the recommendation then? Is that your wish?
You mean the recommendation as it stands here? I think I would like to change it a little bit, the recommendation, that, and maybe you can help me here. Sure. That we get all the words straight. But basically that we donate the 0.7 acres to the Diamond City Community Association, and that the Diamond City Community Association could move forward with the plans that they have, and move forward with their whatever they want to do to get their donations, but that the county does not stand in the way of them doing what they have to do. And maybe I should just delete that last little part. Make it simpler. Yeah.
Can I help? I'll try to
Yeah.
help.
Sure.
So how about recommendation, I'm in the wrong, okay. Go ahead, Larry, I know you've got it all figured out.
Well, now she transfers to me at the last second when I was daydreaming. No, honestly, appreciate those comments and thoughts. Broadly speaking, the way I crafted the draft recommendation or resolution here, I believe it captures that. Maybe not in quite as much detail, but the second part in particular, it says that if approved, that is the subdivision, ownership of the new parcel be transferred and donated to the Diamond City Community Hall Association for the purpose of allowing the association to construct a new community hall. Again, maybe you want more.
So if we're happy with the that's made up here, okay, then I will recommend and make that motion that the administration prepare a subdivision application and report to council recommending subdivision of approximately 0.7 acres of land to replace the existing Diamond City Community Hall in its current location, and that that if approved, ownership of the new parcel be transferred and donated to the Diamond City Community Association for the purpose of allowing the association to construct a new community hall.
Thank you, Klaus. Klaus has moved the recommendation. Any further discussion? Lauren?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So to make a donation to a community association, are they required to be a registered society? Or how does that work?
For the purposes of the land, I don't believe so. Councilor Hickey through the chair. If they are looking to receive donations from the community and the people making the donations are requiring receipts for tax purposes, then I believe they do have to be. I know that historically municipalities, including ourselves, I think when we were collecting funds for the bronzed statue with regards to the veterans that was built, did issue receipts, collected and issued receipts, and then paid those funds back to the association. I'm not sure what the status of the Diamond City Association is, though.
Klaus?
With that said, and yeah, I guess good question for you, Lauren, but as a county now, we're donating that land there, and I would suggest that it's up to them, you know, to move on beyond this. Then we do not have to, you know, see if they're doing the things right or anything like that. So that's why I think that the way the recommendation is, that basically, you know, entails everything that's there. Thanks.
Klaus has moved the recommendation. Are we comfortable, or any further discussion or any further clarity at this point? If not, I will, so the recommendation is that administration prepare a subdivision application and report to council recommending subdivision of approximately 0.7 acres of land to replace the existing Diamond City Community Hall in its current location, and that if approved, ownership of the new parcel be transferred and donated to the Diamond City Community Association for the purpose of allowing the association to construct a new community hall. So I guess maybe just to note too, this is obviously the first step in a number of steps that we are directing administration to prepare the subdivision to then come forward to council, obviously. So a few steps in the process. Anything further? If not, I will call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? And carried. Thanks, Larry.
You're welcome. Thank you.
And moving down, G1.6. Town of Nobleford request for fire service transition costs follow-up report. So as the title suggests, this is a follow-up from the previous meeting when council received information from the town of Nobleford. I'll hand it over to you, Larry.
Yep. Thanks again, Mr. Chairman and council. And this was kind of a joint effort. You can see Jennifer's name, our manager of finance and administration, worked on this with me. She may be able to answer some questions if I'm not able to. I'm sure that will happen when it comes to dollars, if there are questions. But just following the last council meeting on July 7th, when council received the letter from the town of Nobleford requesting $25,000 to support the additional fire response equipment that they purchased, again, directed back to administration to do a little bit more research and report back, and here we are today with that report. Our recommendation today out of all this, Mr. Chairman, will be that council deliberates the merits of providing perhaps some, none, or the full $25,000 that the town of Nobleford has requested, and makes a decision on the preferred course of action, and to state clearly in any resolution that may be made authorizing payment that such payment is a one-time payment only. The reasons for that recommendation is Nobleford's request is rather unique and falls into the political decision-making sphere, and we believe should therefore be decided upon solely by council. Previously, just to note, the county pays for fire services, as you know, as agreed to through a fire services agreement, and from time to time these sort of one-off, irregular, unexpected costs do come forward and are presented to council, at which time council debates and makes a decision on those unique requests. Background information, just a little bit more. We have attached to the report the initial letter of request dated back in June, I believe it was. June 1st, in fact, requesting the $25,000 and the rationale for that money. The second letter is Nobleford's response to county administration's questions, and that was kind of born out of the direction given by council on July 7th. These questions we did receive full responses to, and it provides some further detail and rationale from the town of Nobleford's perspective, why they purchased the equipment and why they believe that requesting some additional funding from Lethbridge County is justified. I'll just note that county administration also reached out to the Picture Butte Fire Chief, asked the following questions, and those are noted in the response letter as well. But we just kind of asked, Mr. Chairman, by Picture Butte taking on roughly a quarter of that total area that Barron's formerly covered. So Nobleford, just to be clear, has taken on about 70, rounded off, let's call it 74% of the entire area, and the remaining, or pardon me, 26%. The remaining 24% roughly has been taken over by the town of Picture Butte. That area that the town of Picture Butte will now cover that they formerly did not and was belonging to Barron's is in the kind of northeast corner of Kehoe Lake. So just to the northeast of Kehoe Lake, moving north and eastward and abutting the Picture Butte Fire Response Zone area. We also asked the town of Picture Butte whether that increased their expenses in any way, having to take on that additional area, or if they needed additional equipment. And we also asked if they expected it to impact their ability to respond to emergencies, whether in the town of Picture Butte or in the new area that they're taking over from Barron's in Lethbridge County. And with respect to the responses from the fire chief in Picture Butte, it was a resounding no to all those questions. So taking on that additional 24% area of the former Barron's area, Picture Butte didn't feel that that kind of impacted their operations in any way. That is quite a rural area, I will note, up in the northeast corner there. And, you know, I don't have numbers, but I think there are very few calls there per year, you know, perhaps on average something like 1 or 2. Whereas the remaining area, there would be more in the magnitude likely of about 15 per year from the town of Nobleford having to go into that area. It includes some highway, so that, I think that's a big factor in that. In the report, we did note that it was our understanding that Nobleford and the Village of Barron's had not come to any kind of formal fire service agreement. As for Nobleford providing fire response service into the town of or Village of Barron's. We have since learned, however, that discussions and negotiations are occurring with respect to that, and that in the event that there's a fire there today, for example, in the Village of Barron's, the town of Nobleford is ready, willing, and able to respond into the Village of Barron's, even without a formal agreement in place. They did note as well, the town of Nobleford, that is, that they did respond to a couple medical first response calls in the town of, in the Village of Barron's since the Village of Barron's Fire Department dissolved back in the spring.
Just for clarity, Larry, that is going to be a completely separate agreement with the Village of Barron's and the town of Nobleford, right?
Correct.
That the county will not be involved in.
Correct, yes. I think we were all just kind of curious, like, who might respond, right?
Just for the.
Yeah, you bet.
And maybe just to, I know, I guess politically there had been questions from some councillors from Nobleford and as well as in Barron's. My understanding, and if you could maybe follow up, is that this was the I guess the transition from Barron's closing its hall and ceasing its operations was communicated to the town of Nobleford. They were in receipt of that information. I believe administratively there was communication there. There has been communication, and as Larry alluded to, they're working towards an agreement. But all parties were, including the county, were engaged in discussions as this, I guess, has transpired. Would that be accurate?
Yes, that is accurate. And you and I met with mayor and administrator of Barron's when we were told that the fire department was disbanding, and we made sure that there needed to be a separate agreement, and that was well known, and we made sure that the town of Nobleford was well aware of the situation as well, so that there always has been coverage. We're just happy to hear that there's going to be something more formal in place.
Thank you. Sorry, Larry.
Fine, thank you very much. So we've presented 4 options for council's consideration. Of course, council can create a 5th, 6th, 7th one if they so choose, but we have presented 4 what we think are viable options worthy of consideration. Number 1 is to honor the town of Nobleford's request for that one-time $25,000 contribution toward the transition costs associated with the town providing fire and rescue response services to 3/4 of the area formerly covered by the village of Barons. Obviously, that would be, I think, well received by the town of Nobleford. The drawbacks, potentially it could set a precedent that encourages other municipalities to make these more frequent one-off similar requests for funding from Lethbridge County. And it could also trigger the town of Picture Butte asking for some funds in this regard. A second option is simply to refuse the request outright. Obviously, I don't believe that the town of Nobleford would look at that very favorably, and it may harm relations. The drawback there, of course, is just that, what I said, I'm sorry. Also, the benefit there maybe would be that it would simply demonstrate that, the county as well, like all municipalities, has very finite resources, and to have an unbudgeted $25,000 request, is significant. A third option, Mr. Chairman, might be to provide a portion of that $25,000, half or 2/3 or whatever council might feel is appropriate, to the town. Would partially satisfy the town's request. Again, how the town might perceive that, I guess, would remain to be seen, but they may not look upon that entirely favorably. A fourth option we thought about and discussed internally and present to you today as well is to consider that $25,000 request, but divide it and provide some to the town of Picture Butte, even though they haven't asked for it. They are taking, again, almost 1/4 of that response area. Perhaps, depending how one looks at it and analyzes it, they should therefore be entitled to 1/4 of whatever funds county council may decide to provide based on the $25,000 request. That would partially satisfy the town, obviously be a goodwill gesture towards the town of Picture Butte. Again, how the town might perceive that, though, may not be entirely favorably. They have asked clearly for $25,000. With respect to financial impact, I wonder, maybe Jennifer, do you mind taking over?
Sure, absolutely.
Thanks.
Thank you. So when we accepted or passed budget, or council did back in December, at that time it was understood that the Barons Fire Department would be in for the full year. So the fixed amount of $54,000 was budgeted for 2022, plus emergency response calls less 10% for administration fees as per the current fire services agreement that's in place. The county did pay a prorated amount to the town of Barons for the period of January to April before they disbanded, and has since utilized some of those unspent budgeted funds as approved through the purchasing policy by the Chief Administrative Officer for the implementation of the new emergency management reporting system that will be in place, and it will be utilized by all of the fire departments within the county. And I think the current one is going to not exist in the near future. So that is another reason for going ahead with that. So therefore, the county has approximately $40,000 remaining in that budget, and would cover the costs of this request of the full $25,000 without impacting operations. And just to note, as council's already aware, the county does contribute $24,000 annually for capital and fire hall, we call it rent, I guess, to each of the fire departments, as well as a $10,000 retainer that they receive to offset some of the costs or some of those Alpha Bravo calls that we don't cover as per the fire services agreement.
And I think that's our report, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Larry. Thank you very much, Jen. I think it's important, and you did note that while we do have a fire services agreement with all of our providers, there are obviously some unique one-offs that I know I've seen during my time on council. But I guess just speaking personally, I do think it's important we stay within the boundaries of those agreements and continue to honor those agreements. But like I said, our partners are obviously well within their rights to make requests like this and then have those come forward to council to deliberate. Any questions or comments from council at this time? Claus?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just for clarification, Nobleford took over also the hamlet or the village of Barons. There was $40,000 for that. Is that an automatic that Nobleford would get that $40,000? Because that doesn't clearly say here that they will not get it.
Yeah, Councillor Vanderveen through the chair. No, I don't believe that was the intent. Those funds were budgeted specifically for that department based on the agreement. So it included the rent, that $24,000 plus the $10,000 for the retainer, and an estimation of calls revenue that would have been received and paid. So I don't think that was the intent of the balance of that budget that's remaining. We did, as mentioned in the report, pay out what was owed per the agreement for the period of January to April to the town of Nobleford, or pardon me, Village of Barons already.
So with that said, the town of Nobleford would go into Barons. I'm just talking about not in the county area, but I'm talking into Barons. The county has nothing to do with the payments on that. So Nobleford is making or has made an agreement with Barons on what they're getting from Barons in order to have their area taken care of.
It's our understanding that they're currently working on a formal agreement. I don't know that one's been signed or decided on, but the email that Larry received from the CAO of Nobleford indicated that they're in discussions and one has been drafted or is in the process of being drafted.
So the $25,000 is clearly only for the county area that Nobleford is going to be taken over from
That's our understanding. And to, I think, offset or assist with some of those equipment costs that they incurred as part of the transition.
Just one second. Lauren, do you want to go ahead first, or?
Oh, Claus can finish up. Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. So you had said that Barron's got an allocation of your expected call volume. Does everybody get that same thing?
Sorry, how do you mean an allocation?
So
within the budget part?
Yeah.
Yes. So we did an estimation when we were looking at budget last year, based on the new service agreement, what we would expect based on the number of calls. But it is an estimation because we don't know.
But I just want to make sure I completely understand. Do they get paid that all the time, like each department, or
they only get
only
paid
when
per
they submit
call.
a bill?
Yes. Yeah. So we manage all of the calls that come through. So we record them and we pay them quarterly based on those calls, and it's a service fee.
So by that, what you meant before was the balance of the funds left that were expected to be paid out were still in this 40,000.
That's correct.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
We have John. John, you have a question?
Yeah, a question and comment more than anything. I'm really struggling with this ask and the way that it was outlined by the town of Nobleford. This is something that it appears from the further information that we got from them that the ask is more just politically motivated as opposed to taking advantage of the opportunity that well, not necessarily opportunity, but the circumstances that bear unfolded to make an ask of the county. And I'm very much struggling with it. The proposal that they had sent, or the reason that they had sent, is for redeckling of equipment that they purchased from Barron's, and from all indications, they wouldn't have normally purchased it, except that it just happened to become available, and it was a very good price to do so. So I am just really struggling with, I'm struggling with the ask of them to do that, and I'm struggling with how I could wrap my head around supporting this situation.
Well said, John. Thank you. And you're good? Lauren?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So then in theory, this $40,000 technically could be absorbed or paid out to either Picture Butte or to Nobleford for call-outs. Is that correct?
Some of it, yes, some of it is still unspent funds of what we would have owed for the fire hall rent and the remaining portion of the $10,000 retainer. We just prorated all of that to the first quarter. So some of it would have not been received per call. Some of it was, so what did we pay? We paid out about $10,000. So I think we paid them $6,000 quarterly for the Capitol Fire Hall rent, plus a $10,000 retainer. So it would have been about $18,000 of that. Well, a little bit more than that with the retainer. That wasn't paid. That was budgeted specifically for the town of Barron's as per the agreement. And then a few calls on top of that.
So then, sorry, technically that means it's 18 rather than 40 actually. If you have 40 left, it would have been allocated anyways. But 18 of it's already been spent.
Well, plus the difference on the retainer, yeah, but.
Yeah. Just trying to get that straight in my head. Okay.
Ann?
And one thing too, I just want to, make clear that now that the Village of Barron's has dissolved their fire department, the county had 6 agreements with fire departments that we were dealing with. This has now mitigated our fire agreements to 5. And so when we're considering all that, don't forget that the fire hall rent is now non-existent because that's one less fire hall.
Thank you, Ann. And I just add to, just in conversations with mayor and CAO from both the village and the town, I think just acknowledging bigger picture, we've gone from our previous fire agreements that were substantially different, obviously, than the one that we have now, where we've gone to more of that fee-for-service model and changed the way that, previously how capital was funded through that schedule, replacement schedule. So that has changed. The fee-for-service has changed. And I think it is the intent of all parties moving forward. I think we see this as a step getting to our next agreement. What that looks like, administratively, they're working towards starting that process, I believe, would be a fair way to look at it. We're not at the finish line yet by any stretch. I think I would echo some of what John says. I do struggle with the request in the sense that we have an agreement. Within the agreement, you're paid to respond to calls. If there's no calls, there's no increased cost that would be borne by that municipality to respond to those calls or lack thereof, I guess. We've made it the responsibility of these municipalities, our partners, to go out and have the equipment that they feel they need to respond to these incidents in the county. I don't believe that's, as it's laid out in the current agreement, that's not our responsibility to set that, what you have to have and what you don't have in your fire hall. Obviously, we want them to have the tools that they need to do the job efficiently and safely. I do feel that this is probably outside of that, and it was largely circumstantial because of what happened with Barron's. Those are my thoughts. Claus, you had something first, I think?
Yeah, I think that, if all in good faith that, Nobleford's taken this over, they have purchased that equipment, and that's has nothing to do with the county, and just like was said, but because, they get fee for service, so they get paid for every call they go out and do that, and their other one is, like if they need the extra equipment or whatever, that was for Barron's, but they get paid from Barron's if something happens to their town. I think, just for the sake of having this agreement is, we wanted to get rid of one fire department. We have done that now, and it just fell in our lap. It was great. So I have no problem with dividing that 25,000 with the 2 towns there to just show a good faith with them that we are willing to work with each other. And if we can have it's a one-time deal. So I think if we would do that and have everybody happy and satisfied, negotiating the next time will be a lot easier.
So clause, just one sec, Eric. So clause, you would be in favor of the option 4 as it's laid out now, divide the $25,000 transition cost between the town of Nobleford, the town of Pitcher Butte, 76.5% for Nobleford, 23.5% for Pitcher Butte. Is that what you would suggest? Okay, Eric?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As our fire services agreements are called a stepping stone and a transition, this will fall into there very well that it's part of transition. We have another agreement we need to build, and this would be definitely on the good faith side of that to promote that. And there, we could have anticipated some hiccups on the way as we transition, and we're happy to go in that direction. Also, the part that where they're coming from, we were going to be spending the money anyway, although it does not entitle anyone to anything. It is not an out-of-pocket expense for us more than previously anticipated. We could well have went 2 years before we had Barons disbanded, and we would spend more. And so it's come together to do that in a positive way. So I do support option 4. Previously I made a motion for, I believe it was 20,000 split out, and I think we can do it based on it's not costing us outside of our budget, good faith on negotiations going forward, and showing that we are trying to help the people in our area. So, thank you.
Well said, Eric.
Very well said, Eric, but just for clarification, did you mean, you said earlier you said 20, but are you supporting the 25?
I am.
Okay, thank you.
Jen?
Mr. Chairman, if I may make a suggestion on the recommendation,
Yep.
I see the words "one time" are not included in there, and council may want to consider adding that to the recommendation.
Okay. Lauren?
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. I would also support number 4. And the reason why I will support number 4 is because we actually allocated more area to each of those departments. So if there were any costs incurred in that allocation, I think that this one-time transition fee should cover that off. Thank you.
Claus?
Okay, then I'll move option number 4, that divide the 25,000 transition costs request by percentage based on the fire services area acquired between the town of Nobleford and the town of Pitcher Butte for the amount of 76.5%. It's at $19,125 for Nobleford and 23.5% for $5,875 for Pitcher Butte as a one-time deal.
Just a question.
Go ahead, Morris.
Did both municipalities agreed on that percentage? No, I didn't think so. So
No.
we can move this and
Jen?
it
If I
might
may-
come back again. Eh?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. That percentage was based on the area.
Yeah.
So we actually divided it by area. It wasn't.
Yeah, I understand.
Oh, okay.
The thing is, the good thing is they have sadly with no home without it, we'll have to see it.
Ann and then Eric?
And just for clarification, Councillor Zeenstra, Pitcher Butte hadn't requested anything. Just Nobleford.
Eric?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Also to Councillor Zeenstra, if they would like to reject the money, that's okay. They can come back home.
Thank you. This was a good discussion. So we do have clauses motioned, the option 4 that's before us. So the motion would be that the $25,000 be divided as a transition cost between town of Nobleford, town of Pitcher Butte. Based upon the fire service area acquired between the town of Nobleford and the town of Pitcher Butte, being 76.5% or $19,125 for Nobleford and 23.5%, $5,875 for Pitcher Butte as a one-time payment. Any further discussion? If there is no further discussion, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. And with that, yes, lunch has arrived. Okay, thanks, John. We're going to take our lunch break right now. When would we like to return? Why don't we start 12:40? Why don't we return at 12:45? So we'll All right, we'll call the meeting back to order at 12:50 this afternoon. And we are on G2, Corporate Services, G2.1, Physician Recruitment, City of Lethbridge. Jen?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So at the July 7th County Council meeting, Jen Shrimp-Rimple, the Deputy Mayor, and Sandra Dufree, Intergovernmental and Advocacy Advisor for the City of Lethbridge, made a presentation to Council with regards to physician recruitment for the city and area. As part of that presentation, they had asked if the county would be willing to make a $15,000 commitment towards marketing and advertising for physician recruitment. So following that presentation, Council directed administration to gather further information regarding that request and what the $15,000 funds would be used for. So I myself met with Ms. Dufree from the City of Lethbridge, and we discussed the recruitment request in a bit more detail. She stated that in conjunction with other contributing parties, being the City of Lethbridge, the AHS South Zone, and the Chinook Primary Care Network and Economic Development in Lethbridge, they wanted to see Lethbridge County join their efforts in a regional approach towards targeted marketing for physician recruitment. So the $15,000 request was just based on funds that the city has contributed to the program themselves. So they just wanted kind of a matching amount. However, those funds are kept within the county's control, so they don't leave the county. It's just a commitment from the county that will designate it specifically for this type of project. So each partner is responsible, of the ones I mentioned, for their different campaigns, if you want to call them that. The request is more for a fund in principle, meaning that we want to dedicate or create targeted advertising that can be for physician recruitment. So the city has offered to make all of their current marketing materials available to the county as well, and we can have a link on our website that links them to their website and coordinate efforts with the Economic Development Lethbridge, who has a lot, I think, of materials and videos and different things as well. I've included for information a copy of some recruitment material that's found on the City of Lethbridge website. They have a whole page dedicated to this type of recruitment. Since this report was submitted, the county has actually entered into an agreement with the International City Managers Association, ICMA. They've, I think Anne can speak more to it. I don't know if it was an invitation from them, but basically they had reached out to have the county do a video of our own. They have been very successful in producing videos. The City of Leduc, for example, did one. I think they do 3 separate videos. One is 5 minutes, 2 minutes, or 3 minutes and then 1.5 minutes. Sorry, I gotta check with Anne on that.
Jen, can I jump in?
Yes,
Sorry,
please.
I just wanted-
The federation, it's an international city managers association, and every year before their conference in September, they select a few municipalities, and we were one of the municipalities chosen to receive this offer for a video production.
And the video will be shown at their conference in September in, do you recall where it's being held?
Columbus, Ohio.
Columbus, Ohio. So Lethbridge County will be featured there. Our videos with the help of ICMA will be presented there for that whole conference, which being international, I imagine is quite large. So one of the, if council were to go ahead with the recommendation that to commit $15,000 towards physician recruitment marketing materials, that could also go towards the production of this video, which we could further use at our discretion and specifically for recruitment, in addition to, putting something on our website and working with the other partners that are involved in this.
Morris?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's a hell of a good thing to pursue, and making maybe North America aware of it, what we like to do or whatever. What I can't believe is that Picture Butte is not involved, because they had a doctor recruitment delegation going forever, because the one main doctor down there, but he's the most patients, he is quitting in 2 years, and they're gonna be in the same dilemma what they were 10 years ago, before Mohammed came in. So was Pittsburgh approached or never even given a thought?
Through the chairman to Councillor Zeenstra, I'm not sure who the city approached or if we were just the next partner that they considered. I think just through conversations a little bit with Ann, this would be a Lethbridge County rural, I guess, scope. So it would include all of our hamlets would obviously be mentioned, and then the towns that are within the county, I imagine. You know, I think we would encourage rural physicians being the county, but physician recruitment obviously benefits everybody in the area.
Yeah, and just one second. Morris, I can maybe speak to that just a little bit. I know in my conversations with Sandra from the city, it was very much the south zone. So I think the anticipation was there that they were going to try and engage through the primary care networks, especially to try and engage those clinics and that as well, like in Coaldale and Pitcher Butte within our county, and that focus on the south zone as well. And I know this has been a very big issue with economic development Lethbridge as well, is regularly on our meeting agendas, and with a similar slant, I guess, in that it is the region is the issue. While the need is definitely here in the city of Lethbridge, it's trying to promote that, like Jen said, the attraction to those rural, smaller communities as well. So the zone as a whole. Klaus?
You know, the county does not have a clinic or a doctor's office. Pitcher Butte has a doctor's office, and they also have a clinic, you know, and we depend fairly heavily for a lot of county residents on Pitcher Butte for them having it down there, you know, so, yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's an opportunity. If the fund, my understanding of the funds, if it's not directly earmarked to the city of Lethbridge, we have that opportunity then to direct those funds to some targeted advertising for exactly what you're saying, I think, Morris, because like you said, we don't have the doctors, but obviously our residents need that, and I think it's important that it's something that we advocate on behalf of, even though we don't, directly provide that service. Plus?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that I think it was at the CPA or CPAA, whatever, or we had those discussions there too, Hillary. That we had breakout sessions there that we went to, and they were some of the communities, and they worked, like the whole community worked together to get something going, and then of course they did do it in a village or in a town to, of course that's where the doctors want to be. But they, some of them were very successful with what they did. Some of them were owning the building and everything like that. Some of them were, the community had the building and just attracted the doctors that way. And they were pretty successful in what we heard there anyway.
Eric?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One thing on the video, why are we doing our own video if it is regional recruitment? We are working on the area as Southern Alberta. I can definitely see the area, but I could definitely see our support regional. We're part of what could attract them, but for us to be doing our own, I think like Morris said, we actually don't have our own clinic. We can support all the different clinics, we can support the effort, but to have it on our own, it's like they're like, yeah, hey, Lethbridge County, you look really interesting, we'd like to come. What do you have for us? You can go to Coaldale, Pitcher Butte, or Lethbridge. So there's that part, and then also on the amount that we're committing, basing it off of the city of Lethbridge, I don't think it's real fair when they have a population of about 10 times of us. If we commit 15,000, we're putting a far greater amount of our gross revenue or whatever towards this than they would be. So personally, I'd like to see supporting an ongoing initiative more than us trying to do one on our own.
And can you maybe just clarify that? I think
Yeah.
There's a little bit of
confusion.
discrepancy there, yeah.
Yeah. So that's a good point, Councillor Van Essen, and I think probably from our perspective, we kind of put two things together that really shouldn't have been together. So the one issue is the request from the city for the $15,000. So internally, when we were looking at the videos that the city did provide for physician recruitment, we were thinking that that was kind of a generic. It wasn't specifically designed to physician recruitment. It's more of a generic, hey, here's Lethbridge and here's what we have to offer. So we also had another opportunity to do this video. So we were trying to combine two things, but I really think you're right. They shouldn't be combined. So then the one issue is the promotional video that we're doing, and that should be separated from the 15,000 request. Does that clarify? Yes.
John, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just in terms of committing the $15,000 and using it for physician recruitment, and to sort of feed off what Councillor Zientra has said, understand that we don't have physicians or spots or places for physicians to actually put up shop. But keep in mind that Lethbridge County is a wonderful place to live, and physicians that are going to come to either the city or our smaller urbans that may want to set up, showing them and making sure that they know that there is available spots for them to actually reside is an important issue. And I think putting $15,000 towards this, it is very generic in the sense that we can use it to promote the county outside of the region. So it is something that it hits on a number of factors that we can do, and it also provides a very good response to the city that shows that, hey, we believe this is a serious issue, and we know it's something that we all need to work towards, and it helps foster communication and relationships in that way. So I think it's a very good thing to do and to move forward. And in that regard, I'd like to make a motion that the Lethbridge County commit $15,000 towards physician recruitment, marketing, and advertising, and that the funds be drawn from the tax equalization reserve.
Thank you, John. John has moved the recommendation. Is there any further discussion from council?
Sorry, what was the amount?
The 15,000. So the recommendation that John moved is that Lethbridge County commit $15,000 towards physician recruitment, marketing, and advertising, and that the funds be drawn from the tax equalization reserve. Eric?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can we get a little bit of clarity? This money, although it's not earmarked where it's going to be going, are we planning on collaborating with other municipalities, the city primarily, or other ones, or is this our own effort?
I think Claus just wants to respond.
I think the way I understood it was that we are going to collaborate with the people at the city that are setting this up, that we're going to be collaborating with them and collaboration, working together to make this, get this thing off the ground.
Jen, did you want to?
Yep, Councillor Van Essen through the chair. When I spoke with Sandra, the indication was that it's our funds. We can use the funds at our discretion, and any of the marketing and targeting that has already been done or is being done, the county will have access to as well. So if we want to contribute to enhance that, or if we want to develop things on our website or our own materials, the funds can be directed towards that, but we have access to and can collaborate with the other partners that are involved in this.
There would be linkages too on websites.
Yes.
Any further discussion from council? Once again, John has moved that Lethbridge County commit $15,000 towards physician recruitment, marketing, and advertising, and the funds be drawn from the tax equalization reserve. If there's no further discussion, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thanks, Jen.
Thank you.
We can move down now to administration. Item G 3.1. 2022 Pincher Creek Parade and Dignitary Luncheon, August 20th, 2022. Afternoon, Maddie.
Good afternoon, Council. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this invitation was received for Council to attend the 2022 Pincher Creek Parade on Saturday, August 20th at 11 a.m. The town is hosting a dignitary luncheon following the parade at the Kootenai Brown Pioneer Village for all visiting mayors, councillors, and their guests that Council has also been invited to. The Town of Picture Butte's Jamboree Days Parade is also scheduled for the same day, the 20th. And councillors and county staff typically attend that parade as it is within our municipal boundaries. Neither councillors or county staff, to my knowledge, have typically attended this parade in the past, the one in Pincher Creek, although we have been invited. Council could choose a member to attend the parade and luncheon without the parade float, as it will be in Picture Butte on the 20th. And they could take a county vehicle instead as an alternative if council wished to attend. The recommendation I have here is that council sends regrets to the town of Pincher Creek for their parade and dignitary luncheon on Saturday, August 20th, 2022.
Thanks, Maddie. Any questions or discussion from council? Claus?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll move that council sends regrets to the town of Pincher Creek and for their parade and dignitary luncheon on Saturday, August 20th.
Thank you, Claus. Claus has moved the recommendation. Council send regrets to the town of Pincher Creek for their parade and dignitary luncheon on Saturday, August 20th, 2022. Any further discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thanks, Maddie.
Thank you, Council.
We have a verbal report, G3.2, Green Acres Foundation. Lauren and Ann, whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon. I'm bringing Councillor Hickey up with me because we've had a discussion about some challenges that Green Acres Foundation is having lobbying the government, and I'm going to pass it over to Lauren to give some background.
Thank you,
Ann.
Ann.
Maybe, or Lauren or Ann, can you maybe just start from the beginning, I guess, and just give us a little bit of context on Green Acres?
Okay. Sorry, Green Acres is, we are legislated to pay into the Green Acres for seniors housing and lodging, and that is part of our taxation goes towards that. We have a member of council that sits on the Green Acres board, and this year it is Councillor Hickey. The Pitcher Butte location is having some challenges with their lobbying efforts to get some changes done and much needed upgrade. So we're doing a presentation. We apologize that there's no written report, but we just didn't have the time to get it done before today's meeting.
Thanks, Ann. Okay. Whenever you'd like, Lauren.
Okay, thank you. So I'll give you a little bit of information on it. So the Piami Lodge is two parts. Actually, it's Piami Lodge and Piami Place. Piami Lodge is owned by the Alberta government, and Piami Place is owned by Green Acres Foundation. The lodge was built in 1979, and in that area it has 16 rooms available, plus the kitchen is there. So the individual suites are, some of them less than 200 square feet, and they're not able to accommodate wheelchairs always in some of those because the bathrooms are so small that they can't get their wheelchairs or their scooters into the washrooms, and the hallways are so narrow that two wheelchairs can't pass each other in the hallway there. So the building has been assessed a few times. The condition of the building is listed in not good shape, and the Green Acres has also recognized the fact they would like to increase the number of total suites between the two from 32 to 46 because the demand for different accommodations like SL4 and SL4D are growing all the time, and it's more difficult to put people into these spaces, and we're shipping a lot of people great distance, and they don't get to stay in their own hometowns. In 2017, the building, it was recommended that the suite size needed to be increased, and the total number of suites under the present order that the government is thinking about would be decreased to 19. And that'd be less suites altogether in the whole facility. The estimated cost was $4.8 million to renovate that building at that time. However, the other day in the hailstorm, the building received a considerable amount of damage, especially to the roof. It has to have a new roof on it, and the HVAC system is on top of the roof, and it is now malfunctioning. The siding has to be replaced and all the windows, but that still doesn't cure the problem on the inside of the building. The estimated capital cost to build a new building is $17.8 million, and Green Acres has allocated $1 million from their reserve funds towards to build a new project. But the biggest problem is they do not own the building and can't do anything to the building without the government saying yay or nay, and so far the government hasn't come to the table. The minister has not met with Green Acres Foundation and is not recognizing the problem that exists out there. So if we were able to send a letter to the minister encouraging development out there, it would be great.
Thank you, Lauren. Thank you, Ann. Any questions or discussion from council? Claus?
So the hail damage that was happened in the last couple of weeks, were they insured for all that?
I assume that the government was, because the majority of the damage was on the older part of the building. I assume so. It's about a little over $700,000 right now. That's without the HVAC.
Well, that's just the roof.
Yeah, the roof and the windows.
Oof.
Any other questions from council? Eric?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is there, has there been discussions with our MLAs to promote this, and does that help at all to do such a thing?
There's been a lot of discussions with the MLAs. However, the problem seems to exist. The minister has been down to southern Alberta, but will not tour the facility there. Don't know why, and it's just kind of dead in the water.
Is that still Minister Pond, Lauren?
Yes, it is. Sorry.
Eric?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion that administration be directed to put forth a letter of support to have action taken on this facility.
Yeah, awesome.
I
Thank
think
you, Eric.
I think that the best action would be to have Green Acres take ownership of the building, because the government is it's hard when you have one piece that belongs to one foundation and the other part belongs to the government.
Yeah, if we can have the letter capture that, that's terrific. Okay. Any further discussion? So Eric has moved that administration draft a letter directed to, what ministry would that be, Lauren?
Well, it's Minister of
Seniors.
Seniors and Housing, or?
I think Seniors and Housing.
Seniors and Housing, to address the issues at the Pitcherview facility and the potential transfer of that to Green Acres.
Yeah. Thank you.
Any further discussion?
I think it's really good to just, our further conversation, Council Zeenstra brought up and Councillor Van Essen, that because we're a county, all these organizations that are inside the small urbans, we really have to fight for them. So that's another example, perfect example here.
Absolutely.
I do have to say, I think it's about 40 years ago, the director of the facility in Pitcherview down there, he came at the Chamber of Commerce meeting and he made an announcement that they were going to start building. That's 4 or 5 years ago. But well, I guess since that time, we've got change in government, I guess, and maybe that would change.
Yeah, Lauren?
Just to supplement that, yes, the request was made when the NDP government was first elected, and it has not gone anywhere since then.
Okay, so if there's no further discussion, I will call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much. And
Thanks, Lauren.
just as an aside, I think this is great that we do things like this, because I think we all go out and we sit on sit on these boards, these committees and stuff like that. So for us to be able to bring that back, have this discussion as a council as a whole, and then, you know, give some direction, I think that's great. So thank you both. We have one more verbal, I believe, G 3.3, which is now redistribution of federal electoral districts.
Yes.
Yeah?
We've had a request from MP Rachel Thomas, and she wanted to know that Lethbridge County's feedback on the redistribution of the federal electoral districts. Now, I did send out a link to that to council, and I'm hoping that everybody had a chance to review that. There will be considerable changes for us here in Lethbridge County. So we're just looking for some feedback so we can send that back to MP Thomas's constituency office and she can forward that. And I believe the Reeve did have a conversation with their office.
Yeah, so initially when I put this out to the group, MP Thomas was hoping to meet with us virtually. That has since changed. And she, as Anne alluded to, she would just kind of like our feedback on that. I'm having a quick Zoom with her tomorrow afternoon to kind of relay our thoughts. And maybe I'll just, Anne, if I can, a couple of the comments, I guess, that I pulled out from the commission. Due to the population growth of the city of Lethbridge, the commission recommends that the electoral district of Lethbridge be reduced in geographical size by moving its northern boundary south to the Old Man River. The city of Lethbridge and the outlying communities of Coldell and Colehurst will remain within the electoral district, and therefore proposed to be added to the electoral district of Bow River are the following centers. The ones that impact us the most would be Barrons, Nobleford, and Pitcher Butte would then move into Bow River. So I think that's kind of just a quick overview of the things that I think could potentially impact us the most.
And Bow River, that's Martin Shield?
That's correct, yes.
That's going to be a big area.
So they try, we did talk about this briefly at our last Mayors and Reeves. MP Glenn Motts and MP Shields did talk about this a little bit, just obviously because there would be a little bit of trading within their respective ridings. The commission's attempt to keep it between that 110 to 115,000 people in the riding. So to try and manage that, there's obviously these shifts in a 10-year interval, I believe, and that's just where we're falling right now. So as we move forward, the commission will go out to the public, ask for feedback, and so I guess in conjunction with that, as it is her riding, MP Thomas just wanted to see what our concerns were, if any feedback we had, so that she can relay that through the process as well. Having noted, though, like I said, we individually or as a group do have that opportunity to speak to the commission as well. Claus?
Well, just first to speak here about this, I'm not happy with that whole situation, and I don't know if that makes any difference if you're happy or not. But is there a possibility of making a compromise here that you know, because the representation that we had, I say I was very happy with that. We've always seen MP Rachel Thomas. She was always in the area. She went to the Pitcher Butte. She did a lot there. She was in Nobleford and you know, a couple of times, and that I knew. If we going to get Martin Shields coming out here, this poor guy is never going to be able to represent us in the way that we're represented right now, and that's the key thing that I have on the whole thing is that you know, especially on the federal level, our representatives are not going to be representing us the way we're going to be represented now, and that's I think the biggest thing I got against making all these big changes.
Thanks, Claus. Lauren?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I would have to agree with what you said, Claus. The big problem is the area has become so large that it's almost impossible to service them as an MP or an MLA, and that's not taken into consideration. It's strictly based on population, and that doesn't do anything for the actual geography that they have to deal with. And I think that that's important to note to them, but maybe fall on deaf ears, unfortunately.
Yeah. And I think to that point, Lauren, I think one of our MLAs, Joseph Shao, I think that's a perfect example. Like when we were in Edmonton, he relayed like to cover his entire riding. It's such a tough challenge now the way they draw these up for sure. Is there any other? Oh, yeah. John, go ahead whenever you're ready.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. In reviewing the proposal and what they're doing, it's I'm having a hard time looking at and supporting it because basically it would split Lethbridge County into a situation where we would be represented by 3 separate ridings, as opposed to the way it is right now with, I think it's just one right now, if I'm not mistaken. And I just can't see that being something that is really viable, and I think it's been reiterated here in this conversation. Just having the ability to have our MPs actually hear what we're having to say and listen to us. You know, now we're in a situation where we're having to go to 3 separate MPs in order to voice our concerns. It doesn't make any sense, but I doubt that any feedback, negative or positive, that we could put into it is really even going to be heard, but I think it's worthwhile putting some feedback in.
Thank you, John. Any further discussion, Anne?
Just a question, would council then be satisfied with the Reeve meeting via Zoom, or after that, would you still like a letter sent that kind of encapsulates our concerns?
Lauren, Eric, doesn't matter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would I'd support a direct letter. I'm just on the redistribution site, and there is access and a way to go about it through there directly. So it looks like it's not terribly complicated to do, and it could well be worth it. It also looks like there's no hurry. Our public hearing isn't until sometime in September locally. So yeah.
Lauren?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, basically the same thing. I think that by not writing a letter, we would be doing an injustice, because we can talk to Rachel all we want, but she's not the one on the committee who makes the decision. So I think it's important to send that letter to the committee.
Would someone like to make that motion then, to have a letter drafted?
I will.
Lauren? Yeah.
I would like to make a motion to have administration draft a letter to be sent to the committee underneath the Reeve signature.
Okay. Got it. Plus?
And I think that that motion is separate, but I think of that, I think it's really important yet that our Reeve meets with MP Thomas to reiterate the way we feel, so that she knows it ahead of time, right? Before the letter comes.
Definitely.
Yes, and I think too, individually, as the Reeve mentioned, that we can all go on the site and add comments too.
Okay. So Lauren has made a motion to direct administration to draft a letter regarding our concerns regarding the electoral district redistribution to be forwarded to the commission. Is there any further discussion? Plus?
Yeah, one question. Do we just want to do that one going to the commission, or do we also want to give that same letter to MP Thomas?
Yeah.
I think that would probably be.
I would CC it.
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Any further discussion? You good, Candace? Okay. Nothing further. I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. And thanks, Ann. Now we can move down to G4, infrastructure, G4.1, asset management update. Devin, Mike, good afternoon, guys.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So while Mike's pulling up a presentation he did, I'll just do a quick rundown of why we're here today. So Mike and I are here today to provide an update on our asset management system, the progress we've made to date, and a bit of background for those members of council that weren't here at the inception of the program. The county did identify asset management as a need, and in 2019 began building the system. Asset management is really about achieving sustainability. It's doing the right things at the right time to the right asset and stretching your dollar as far as it can go. It provides information necessary to make informed decisions based on data, and it allows us to easily capture, analyze, and retrieve that data in one system. It's a formal approach to managing municipal assets, and it provides details on what our funding gaps are. I won't get into it much further, as Mike has a lot of detail in his presentation. One thing he'll talk about is asset management isn't a one and done static document. It's ever evolving, it's a living and holistic document that will always be updated and evolved as the county progresses. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mike to do his presentation.
Thanks, Devin. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Council. So as per the report, the intent is to provide Council with a high-level update on the progress we've made over the last about year and a half. So just a bit of background for those who haven't had a presentation on this yet. Lethbridge County back in 2017 officially started a formal asset management program. Part of this was developing an asset management team. And this team is responsible for developing and implementing a program within the county. And that's not just software, that's business process, documentation, etc. Council showed initial support for this process in 2017 with the adoption of Policy 354, Asset Management. In early 2018, Lethbridge County hired Public Sector Digest to consult with and contract to bring in and implement they called a roadmap, which was a three-year implementation of an asset management business process here at the county. So phase 1 in 2018 was essentially a where are we at and a review. So we looked at our state of maturity, what resources, people, skills, knowledge do we have in place, a systems maturity assessment, what do we have for technology, softwares, and then of course into the data. Where's our data at? Do we have enough? What's its maturity? Is it smart data, right? What can it tell us? Phase 2 in 2019 was about, was about building.
I'm the conductor.
All right, I'll be louder. Phase 2 is about building capacity. So we looked at risk modeling, levels of service development and lifecycle framework. This is the frameworks for that. And an ongoing data validation refinement. Phase 3, near the end of phase 3 was the last time we had an update for council. That was the adoption of the asset management plan, which PSD was on site to deliver. And within that, they delivered a financial strategy as well. So since that time, with the delivery of the asset management plan, where are we at? So the asset management team's been working pretty hard to continually evolve this. One of those first steps was a TCA policy update. What this update did and was adopted by council was to align our TCA policy with how the asset management system has evolved into asset categories, updating our useful lives of all these assets to current day standards and expectations. We developed internally an asset management directive. This directive will guide the asset management team and all staff. It outlines our internal workflows and our processes in asset management to ensure we're staying up to date, relevant, and accurate. Of course, the inventory, it's never-ending task. It's ongoing. So it's been continued to be reviewed, and the confidence in the data is increasing greatly. It will be a continuous task to ensure it's accurate and relevant. And a large part of this validation has occurred in this about year and a half on the ground level, at the field level with our field staff, doing a lot of on-the-ground data collection, condition assessments, reviewing what we have and don't have in some cases. Large progress we've seen is in our parks inventory that I want to highlight a little bit in this report. So yeah, in the field level conditions, we've got culvert signs, road conditions, parks have all seen updates. Again, inventory validation, parks. Our last presentation, we had not much really to report on the parks. I think $100,000 worth of assets. We'll now show you about $1.9 million worth of assets. So it's huge. And And of course, updating our replacement and life cycle costs. So truly, what does that asset cost? What are we doing to it, and what does it cost? So these tables, this table here, the intent here is to show you since 2019, and what you would have saw in the delivery of the AMP is the progress we've made as far as getting condition assessments. Now, condition assessments are critical in understanding the true state and performance of our assets across all categories. Instead of looking at age-based, we're trying to understand what is it truly doing today. Just because it's old doesn't mean it's not working anymore. So what you see is an increase in all categories. Like parks, for example, in 2019 we had nothing. Now we have 100% of it completed. Buildings, we've seen a slight tick up, almost hitting that 100%. Big steps in our water system. Wastewater system, we're looking at storm. We're making great strides there. So one thing to note on this is when we look at...
Sorry, Mike, just one sec. Lauren?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question, Mike. What's
Sure.
the difference between equipment and fleet?
Yeah, okay. Thanks, Councilor Hickey, through the chair. So when we look at fleet is anything that's licensed on the road, we can drive. That's a TCA thing, so equipment would be things like your SCADA systems, weigh scales for the CPO, things that, and I believe some of our smaller trailers are classified as that as well. Computers, yeah, all our IT is classified as equipment as well. Yeah, basically if it can't drive or roll, it's equipment. That's kind of to sum it up. Okay, so on this, this reflects percentage complete of accessible assets. So like wastewater, for example, we'll see 100% at some point of what we can assess. There's just, or not, sorry, not wastewater, but water systems. There are some items we just won't be able to look at. We can't assess, water mains and service lines and things like that, right? So this next graph here, you'll have seen this from the AMP. So comparing 2019 to 22, this is our current condition across all asset categories. So looking at this at a high level, it's a good news story. A lot more green and blues, a lot less red. We've seen a lot of this comes from, it's reflective of the improvements made through capital projects, right? As well as also looking at the assets and truly understanding what state they're in. When we see big pieces of red, like you see in equipment right there, it's a red flag, but it's also important to remember with this reflects the value of the asset, not a count. So in equipment, for example, not 54% of our assets are in bad shape, but 54% of the value. So look at that. That includes our SCADA system, for example. It's a high value asset in that category. It's due for replacement. So when that happens, I believe it's this year or next, you'll see that almost disappear because it's a high value asset in that category. So we've seen an improvement overall. So that's a good news story. This next one looks at our total replacement cost of the total replacement cost of the asset portfolio. So not a whole lot of change overall from 2019 to 2022. You only see a $1 million difference. Roadways, you see a slight increase in the replacement cost, and this is due to the capital improvements that have been made over the last few years. Bridges, you see a minor decrease. This one's mainly due to identifying bridges that will not be replaced as irrigation districts change their delivery methods, right, to piped. So we'll be able to take some bridges out and not replace them. So it decreases our costs. And again, a big one to note I mentioned is the parks. In 2019, you see a $100,000 replacement cost, now up to $1.9 million. So before, it was just 3 capital projects that were included in that. That's all we had. And now our field staff have gone out and they've assessed every piece of equipment in those playgrounds and parks and given it a true today replacement cost. So that's a big one to note. So as Devin mentioned, this data will fluctuate as improvements are made and disposals are done. You'll see this go up and down. So on this one, what does this mean for all this in terms of dollars? So one thing we looked at in our last AMP was our funding ratio. What are we funding? What percentage are we funding of our needs moving forward? In 2019, it was a good number. I mean, we're always striving for 100%, but it's unlikely to ever reach that. We were at 70%, and and now we're sitting at 80%. So we've seen about $1 million decrease of our funding deficit. In 2019, the capital funding available number there was based on a 1 year. This time we chose to show you a 5-year average to show you what has been budgeted over the next 5 years, what that number might look like. So that's a good news story as well. 80% is a very respectable number to be at for a funding ratio. And those are the numbers. And so moving forward, like I've mentioned, continuous data review and refinement, that's an ongoing thing. What this system has done and this process has done is allowed us to be more efficient at reviewing that information, to identify gaps and how to and fix them, right? There'll be a large focus on underground infrastructure or utilities. How can we assess that better and get a better understanding? Always updating our life cycle strategy and conditions. So life cycle strategies, what are we going to do to these assets and when? And level of service development, you've seen this from Jeremy, the Director of Operations. He's brought forward a couple of level of service documents to you, and that's what that's referring to, and that will continue to be developed. And with that, what ties into that is our key performance indicators, KPIs. How are we going to measure that progress with that level of service document? And as we mature in this, our integration of the system into our everyday process will get greater and greater. More systems will tie together. Hopefully it'll be, will be the go-to for information, regardless of where you sit as a staff member or council. It'll all be centralized and you'll be getting consistent and relevant information and accurate. And with that, that's my update. So I would turn it back to you, Mr. Chair, for discussion.
Thank you very much, Mike. Any questions from council? Klaus, go ahead.
We realize that this is the asset management is a very important tool to to see where you're at and see where your bridges are at, especially in that kind of stuff. So if we would not have had this in place, where would we have been at with trying to figure out what to do and what not to do? I know it's kind of maybe a little big question, but
I think, thanks for the question, Councillor Vanderveen, to the chair. I think where we've been is much more reactionary. Now we can forecast longer out and understand our costs coming forward. So we can better plan and budget and prioritize moving forward. The data that we put to this allows it to be much more defendable and repeatable, and I guess it becomes much more fact-based, numbers-based versus potentially opinion-based on what should be done and when. If that answers your question, yeah.
I'll just, if I can add to that, it also gives a clear path or a clear picture on what we have to do to be sustainable, what we need to put away every year to fund our assets. That's something we didn't have a handle on before, and this really gives a clear picture on what we need to save, basically, to replace our assets in the future. So.
Anything further from council? Oh, sorry, Jen, did you?
I just wanted to make a quick comment, if it's okay, just with regards to the funding slide. I don't know if you can bring it back up, Mike. That 80% is a 5-year average based on what's projected in the budget, and that is reliant on grant funding and a lot of our business tax. So without those two pieces, and whatever is remaining in our reserves or our annual allocation to reserves, that 80% funding doesn't exist. So, it's really important that we continue to advocate for grant funding and just where the business tax comes in. An example is we were just recently denied the STIP funding on one of the bridges. Devon always plans to use business tax funds for those bridges anyways, but if we were reliant on that grant, that project wouldn't move forward. So just as an example of what that 80% represents.
Thanks, Jen. Klaus?
Mr. Chairman, so with the asset management to go for grant funding and everything like that, do you think we have a great benefit of trying to let the person that's kind of the people that are looking after the grants, that they see our asset management and see how necessary it is, and that they can rely more on the data than that you would otherwise just go piece by piece?
Yeah, I can speak to that. It's definitely, it shows due diligence in planning for our asset replacement, showing that we have an asset management plan. I haven't heard of any programs or grants in Alberta that require an AM plan, but I do hear in Eastern Canada that is a requirement for some plans. So things tend to start in Eastern Canada and shift their way over to the Western provinces. So in time, we may see that as a requirement for some of our grant funding opportunities. But yeah, it definitely shows due diligence in the planning of our assets.
Thanks, Devin. Anything further from council? Well, thank you both very much for this presentation today and for the update. Thank you for all the work that's gone into it. I know it must be some tedious work, but it's appreciated, and also, you know, just being here the last term and seeing this from its, you know, infancy to where we are today, it's encouraging to hear you say that, you know, building towards potentially this being a required tool, and if not, at least still a valuable tool, regardless if the outside sources need that information. I think it's, like you said, Mike, I think it shows that due diligence. It shows that, you know, evidence, you know, fact-based decision-making, that it's not just knee-jerk and reactionary, and it gives us that leg to stand on. So thank you very much, both. Moving down in our agenda, if we move down to H, correspondence. We have one piece of correspondence today. This is from the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, and this is a letter addressed to the Reeve and to Council following our spring meeting with Deputy Commissioner Zablocki and his team at RMA. Essentially just a thank you for taking our time. And I know one of the things that he stresses in the letter and has also been stressed is that just to report crime. If you see something, make sure that we're reporting it. If we hear about it secondhand, make sure we're encouraging people to report crimes that are happening. It just gives them that ability to build their database, strengthen that, and it just it's a huge asset for them to have that information. So I think that's the biggest takeaway, and just obviously thankful for that relationship, and that goes down to the local level as well with the detachment in Coalville. We can now move down County Council and Committee updates. J1, Lethbridge County Council attendance update for June. And we can start in Division 1. Lauren?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I attended the FCSS meeting on June the 1st, and they have settled with their labor staff at a 2% increase, and as well as management, the same increase goes through. And of course, they had increased their funding requisition from us. On June the 8th, we had a discussion on proposed commercial industrial tax incentive bylaw. I think that was a good thing to get out and have a topic on. And the rest, I think, are pretty well covered off. I'm glad to see the Bursary Committee awarded those two young ladies with the bursaries. I think their resumes spoke very well of their talents and their bright future in the county. And the other thing was June the 27th, did a check presentation at McNally School when I attended the Community Planning Association convention in Leduc. They had a draw for $500 to be given to a charity of your choice, and I submitted McNally's name and actually was lucky enough to win. Thanks.
Thanks, Lauren, and thanks. That's kind of cool. Glad to hear that you were able to win that and put it to good use in the county. So thank you. Second time? I had a busy June. I'll maybe just hit on a couple of the highlights. Obviously, we were in Regina for FCM. That was a good experience. A little unfortunate that we weren't able to have any face-to-face time with any of the federal ministers. That was quite limited this time around, just in this conference format. So I don't believe anyone was really afforded those opportunities, but nonetheless, it was good to get together with some municipalities from across Canada and discuss some of the challenges they're facing and have some really good discussions. It was kind of funny. A community from northern Alberta was dealing with natural gas very much in the similar way that we're dealing with water, just some of the challenges that they have getting gas. They're kind of a gatekeeper, I guess you could say, they felt was maybe not being as cooperative as they could be in the community, and I think we just see some of those parallels. So it might not be apples to apples, but I think it's interesting to have those conversations and talk about those solutions and how do you meet and how do you come together and overcome those obstacles. So a good experience overall. I did take part in 3 different value scoping sessions. This is for Palliser Schools, Palliser Regional School Division, and the town of Colehurst. Palliser has identified the town of Colehurst for a new school. They will be putting that forth to the government. So this session was essentially a high-level exercise for I believe there was over 30 of us initially in the first meeting to kind of talk about priorities, what we see as valuable, where the fit is, grade configurations, all that kind of stuff. So it was very, very wide-reaching, but I think it was a good opportunity, and my takeaway was that the school division their eyes were really opened to what the community and the adjacent communities wanted. I think that they learned a lot, and I do believe they, potentially could take a different course moving forward just because of the impact that the input they received had on them. So it was a long process. Like I say, it was 3 days, but it was a good process, and it was very well facilitated. My hat's off to the facilitator, did a great job. Also sat in on a couple government-sponsored sessions, healthcare in Alberta here in Lethbridge. We had the opportunity to sit with Minister Copping in a small room and bounce around some ideas about the challenges the healthcare system's facing, how that falls down to the municipality and ultimately impacts our citizens. That was really cool to be able to sit, face to face at a table and have a very frank discussion. And we sat with the city, and I think a lot of their concerns are our concerns. So that was it was a good session as well. And also a rural economic session at the Coast Hotel. This was the second part in a traveling series. Once again, staff from the government from all across Alberta got to hear some of our ideas, concerns around economic development. Unfortunately, Minister Horner wasn't able to join us, but his staff, deputy ministers, were in attendance and relayed that to him. So, and I guess maybe the one other one that I'll highlight is on the 28th, sat in on the water forum hosted by MLA Nathan Neudorf. It was a good initial meeting. We were able to bring together some stakeholders from the SMRID, City of Lethbridge, North County Potable Water Co-op ourselves, Old Man Watershed, AEP. It was a good discussion. Like I say, I think a good initial discussion to highlight some of the concerns around water in the area. And moving forward, I think the goal and the hope is to broaden that conversation to include other stakeholders and try and come up with some bigger solutions to the problem of the scarcity of treated water in the area and how the IDs and the province can all help moving forward to make sure that we have enough clean water, and then on the backside, what we're doing to address the wastewater side of things. Mark, Division 3.
One of the similar meetings that we all attended. The Bursary community, not very great time with that. I really enjoyed that. So thanks to Jen for putting that together and all the work she's done on that. So I'm looking forward to that again next year, and hopefully we get more, the same number of applicants or more, and the quality that we're going to get. South Grove Board meeting, the AGM's in no, it was a great event, so, yeah, so that was the end of the month, that was a great conclusion, so thanks.
Thanks, Mark. John?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have to apologize that my list, as it's written there, is incomplete. I blame the fact that I've been very busy and I hastily put that together. But just to give an update, June 1st to 6th, along with yourself and Ann, I attended the FCM convention in Regina. Takeaways from that was very similar to yours in the sense that there's like, as our organization, as our county, some of our problems have been experienced by other municipalities and are currently going through. So there's a good resource of dealing with other and reaching out to other municipalities to learn what their solutions to the problems were and to work together as a cooperative whole to move forward the agenda with the federal government. June 16th, I attended the Lethbridge County Council meeting. June 22nd, I was at the Community Futures AGM and regular board meeting. I attended that via Zoom due to being out of the province at the time. And as well on June 22nd, I attended the Bursary committee meeting where we went through the applicants for the scholarships that we presented today. And I believe that covers it, unless I'm forgetting something else.
Thank you, John. Division 5, Councillor Van Essen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The June 8th discussion on the tax incentive bylaw. Appreciated it, and I look forward to working on it further. Thank you.
Thanks, Eric. Division 6, Deputy Reeve Vanderveen.
Yeah, the meeting in the 9th of June with the Lethbridge, the city of Lethbridge and Lethbridge County, I thought it was kind of productive just to sit together around the table having a coffee, and I thought it was just a good, social aspect that we touched on certain things, and I think everybody was just talking to somebody was sitting beside him and stuff like that. But I thought it was, it's a good start with getting some collaboration going with them, and the water forum that Tori was on that one. I mean, you reported on that one, but I thought that give us. I think really iterated that we, in the time that it's off now with MLA Nieboer, that they were kind of suggesting to hold off a bit because we don't know what's going to happen next year. And then I think we kind of said, we got to move on with this, no matter what. That's why we're here. We're responsible for getting this going. And I think that if we going to waste another year with not doing anything, I think that's just going to set us more back. And the SLT team building thing, it was fun.
Thank you, Claus. Division 7, Councillor Zeenstra.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. June the 8th, discussion on proposed commercial and industrial tax incentive bylaw. Lethbridge 16, Lethbridge County Council meeting. June the 21st, Emergency Advisory Committee meeting.
Thank you very much, Morris, and thank you everyone for those reports. We have one more item on our agenda today. We have a closed session item, proposed Regional Economic Development Initiative, follow-up report, FOIP Section 16, disclosure harmful to business interests of a third party, and Section 25, disclosure harmful to economic and other interests of a public body. With that, I would entertain a motion to enter a closed session. Lauren? Any discussion? Call a question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Call a question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And I don't believe we have anything else on the docket. So Lauren, move to adjourn at 2:39. Thank you very much, everyone.